Good morning, Mr. Albelushi.
Good morning.
Just waiting on your attorney and the prosecutor, and then we'll get started.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Woodside.
Are we? I'm outside on grass, my favorite place. Are we gonna be able to get Mr. Whetstone?
I have to wait till my officers get here. We should be able to get him today.
Are we gonna put him on the Zoom, or are we gonna bring him there?
I think he's gonna be in person.
Okay, I'm gonna just sit here and see what happens. Otherwise, I can go to the AG's office.
Okay.
I've spoken and sent a report. You have it, sir? I sent it to you, and I sent it to Madam Prosecutor, and I am prepared to stipulate to competency.
Yes, we do have it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Just waiting.
Morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. Happy New Year. Good morning. Happy New Year. Sir.
Robert, do you have the capability of reviewing a video on Gentech? Okay, I thought so.
It's not working.
You know, if we got whetstone on the way,
Whetstone.
whetstone, I think it's something.
Okay, on Zoom.
I think it's supposed to come in first. Gozi, what's this hearing about on norms?
People were having a conflict at the time of the exam was set for.
Go ahead again, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, people had a conflict at the time for which the preliminary exam was scheduled versus when it was conducted.
When is the schedule?
It's scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Both myself and people were under the impression it was 1:30, and I think that a review of the PCC the last report confirmed that we had it scheduled for 1:30. However, it was set on the calendar for tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Ms. Hyder, obviously, is going to go.
Oh, me. Right. So would you be able to do it at 11:30?
Sorry?
So you had anticipated doing it at 1:30?
Yes, Judge.
I have a 1:30 set already.
I know, Judge.
Can you do it
It's
at
what's not.
11:30?
I'm sorry.
Can you do it at 11:30?
I can do it at that time, but I can't speak to this item.
Okay.
It's not my.
I'm juvenile. All right. You're juvenile.
All right, I'll look into it.
What's the prosecutor's name, Mr. Bowden?
It's Rhonda Hyder.
Ms. Young, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Take your hearing.
Aquil Hamilton, who should be present by Zoom, and we're requesting an in-person exam.
I haven't seen Hamilton yet.
Okay, I just got off the phone with him, so I anticipate he'll be joining shortly then, Your Honor.
We're checking on your client.
Thank you.
I already know this ain't gonna go well, Judge.
Like I said, think positive.
I am, but I think it realistic, you can do the. Every hour is scheduled, I mean, right now, every hour.
I'll be right back.
Then he said, Judy, yeah, no, let's send it to the bridge officer. This is you, this is the most, this, yeah. Last Sunday. Oh, no.
Was that?
Yeah. I'm not there.
No, I'm not saying that. That's not all I have. You were smoking anyway.
You still like. They say.
They say. Past that.
Happy New Year, Michelle.
Thank you.
So, no, I can't.
No, this one here.
Video. Yeah.
Hurry up.
So,
Hello?
okay. Okay, thank you.
Sharon, one side.
Yeah, they about to bring him over here. They picked him up already.
Let's try to get on the side. Okay.
He's here, what's,
Oh, thank you. Right. Yes. Rubber band? No.
All right. Okay. What is juvenile saying?
he's on his way up.
Okay, great. See there, Miss Woodside? Your client is on his way up.
So I can hear. I'm so happy.
See, I got the 18 here this morning.
It's not your team, you know, I know too, it's a little difficult working with them over there. It's difficult to see your people over there. And talk about people get working.
That's it.
Find it like.
So,
Is that what sounds?
yeah,
Come on.
come on.
Ready on Whetstone? Yeah.
So no more sis. There she is.
She's here.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
You got your uniform already?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
That was some, yeah.
Calling case number 2305-756901, people of the state of Michigan versus Trayvon Whetstone. Defending is charged in count 1 through 3, criminal sexual conduct first degree, count 4, home invasion first degree, count 5, robbery unarmed.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Mofsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor, to you and your staff, and please don't report Sharon Carter with our staff of and with Mr. Trayvon Whetstone, who stands to my left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Madam Chair, Lamar Wilson.
All right. There's been time, I believe, set for a competency hearing, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor, and I did forward to the court as well as APA. I say her name incorrectly, I apologize in advance. But I did forward to her yesterday, independent report from Dr. Stephen Miller.
And the findings of that report are
Dr. Miller finds some confidence in Canada.
competent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you stipulating to those findings?
I am.
People?
Yes, Judge, we are as well. Thank you.
Court makes a finding that the defendant is competent to stand trial. What's that?
Judge, I know we probably need to set up a preliminary examination, but I did want to have a chance to go over and talk with them again now that we've completed this portion before I make a determination, but I don't want to get too far down the court schedule. So if the court wants to give an exam date, that's fine. If I don't need it, I can notify the court.
All right, the court will continue to plea of not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How is January 19th at 11 o'clock?
Judge, that day works. Is it possible to just do a little later in the day?
Not on Fridays, Judge. You call where I'm at on Fridays.
So the morning works best for you?
Not on Friday at all.
Oh, no Friday at all.
That's going to be difficult. That's essentially the only day I can do for the next 2 weeks.
I can do it Friday. It has to be like probably like 3 o'clock. I'm reluctant to try to stand. Yeah.
All right, Friday, January 19th at 3 o'clock.
Because we may not need it. I just want to have a date just in case. Now we possibly.
We continue, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, I'm gonna make, I'm gonna go to the appointment. Back to Florida.
Thank you.
So much for getting out of here early on Friday.
Sorry, Judge. Thank you.
Sorry, Judge. You forgot where I'm at on Friday.
You know, I have probably enough time keeping up with my schedule.
46, remember, they stopped me.
Huh?
Remember the 46 on Friday?
Okay.
Okay, I know.
Can't keep up with your schedule on mine too.
I'm gonna ask, what's our leader, she gets out of leader. Okay, we may not need it, so I'll notify the court early.
Okay. All right, Mr. Goldsman.
Yes, sir.
Ready on Mr. Lawrence? Yeah, is here.
Oh, sure.
case number 2306-031701, People's State of Michigan versus Shantona Lawrence. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Defendant has a habitual offender, for offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Rhonda Hadar for the people, P84161.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Please, the Sergeant Reporter Nosey on behalf of Mr. Shannon Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence is currently incarcerated waiting from jail. I spoke with him yesterday. He has no objection to his offense.
Support the waiver's presence. Ms. Hadar, why are we here?
So I was talking with defense counsel yesterday, and actually Mr. Gozi noticed that the register of actions reflects that the exam is set for 10 a.m. tomorrow. We both were under the impression it was set for 1:30 tomorrow. I went back, I watched the YouTube. We were told it was 1:30. So that's one issue, is I'm not sure that the 10 a.m. time now works for both parties for tomorrow. The second issue is that there is 4 hours of interrogation, and I emailed the court clerk yesterday about sharing those with the court prior to the exam. It's my belief the interrogations will both be admitted for purposes of exam, and I know this court would like to review them. So because they're 4 hours long, I'd like to know how or if the court would like me to send them prior to the exam.
We have no objection, of course.
Okay,
As long as it's
let me take care of one issue before we get to the next.
sure.
As it relates to the time, you say you went back and looked at the YouTube video, and that was another judge that said it for 1:30?
Yeah, it was, yeah,
Was not me?
No.
Okay. I think I already have a 1:30 schedule. What's the case number?
2306-0317.
It helps, Judge. I think the warrant is signed before.
I'm sorry?
It helps, Judge. I think the warrant is signed December before. In terms of page.
So, Ms. Hadar, you can't do 10 o'clock, can you do 11:30?
yeah, that should work. I scheduled hearings for the morning tomorrow. That's the issue. I just have to coordinate with my witnesses. I think it should work 11:30.
Okay, then that's an easy fix. We'll do 11:30.
Sure.
Oh, well, I have 11:30 already scheduled. Can you get that for me? No, 11:32.
Judge, honestly, based on what the people have indicated to me, you're intending on calling 2 witnesses, possibly 3. I have to talk to my client regarding this situation. Should that happen, the only 2 witnesses I believe the people will be called, the officer in charge took my client's statement, and the officer who was first on the scene. Is that correct, Ms. Hyde?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry, it's cutting in and out.
Yeah, it's my understanding that you will only be calling 2 witnesses if I can secure the stipulation with my client regarding the identification of the deceased. And that would be the officer in charge who took the statement from my client, then the first responding officer to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
So honestly, if the court has already had an advanced opportunity to watch the 4-hour video, and I would anticipate the examination testimony should not take more than an hour.
Okay. So we're good for 11:30.
Yes,
As far as the video is concerned, can you send me that so I can start looking at that today? And I'll be ready for that
Yes.
tomorrow. Stipulation.
yeah, so be stipulated as people's exhibit number 1, I presume?
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't
make
know.
it exhibit 1.
Very well.
Okay. So send that to me right away.
Judge, they're in Gentech. I'm working on having them converted. There's some issue with having them converted. Is it okay if I send them to you in that format with the application via evidence.com?
I can get it. Use Gentech.
You can, okay. Okay. I will send them to you then, right now.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good
Yep.
day.
fingerprints.
Ms. Young, good morning.
It's gonna take.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're here
On Aquil Hamilton, and I just sent a chat. He's at the Salvation Army, and the name that's going to appear on Zoom is Jessica Delia, and they don't know how to change it.
That's okay, I'm bringing them out the waiting room now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're ready on Hamilton.
Calling case number 2405-503101, the state of Michigan versus Aquil Hamilton. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, key number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Rita Young, P44626, appearing on behalf of Mr. Aquil Hamilton. He is at the Salvation Army with his counselor, Jessica Delia, Your Honor, and they don't know how to change the Zoom title, but it looks like they're trying to connect now by audio.
Mr. Hamilton, tell us your name for the record.
Aquil Hamilton.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we're requesting an in-person preliminary examination date, please.
The court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on January 19th at 10:45.
Very well, Your Honor. Thank you so very much.
Allow them to be continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all set, Mr. Hamilton. I'll talk to you shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McRipley.
Good morning, Judge. Happy New Year. I got Miss Alla Bucci.
All right, they're here. We're ready.
So do I sign out?
Yes, sir. You're all set.
Thank you.
He was gone when I come up. No, I'll break it down. Okay.
Calling case number 2405-503001, people of the state of Michigan versus Haley L. Belushi. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, key number 60249.
And good morning, Judge King G. Whitney McRipley on behalf of the defendant, Miss Al Belushi.
Ms. Al Belushi, please unmute yourself and tell us your name.
My name's Haley Belushi.
What's your pleasure, Mr. McRipley?
Exam day, Judge.
The court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House January 19th at 11 o'clock.
That should be fine.
Sorry.
All right, January 19th at 11 o'clock. That'll be in person, Ms. Al Belushi, at 36 District Court.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Coulter, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on the Mosby case. Tony Lynn Mosby.
Mosby?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
We need an exam date.
Let me call the case, please.
Case number 2405-5029. People of the state of Michigan versus Tony Mosby. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender report. This notice mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Colthurst, P52876, appearing on behalf of Mr. Tony Mosby. Your Honor, Mr. Mosby wishes to set this for an examination.
Are you waiving Mr. Mosby's presence?
Yes, Your Honor. He is in the Wayne County Jail.
The court will waive the defendant's presence, continue the plea of not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. House January 19th at 11:15.
Your Honor, that's not a good date and time. I've got 5 matters currently scheduled for the morning on the 19th. Back to back to back.
What about 12 o'clock?
It is my hope I can complete the morning hearings by noon. So I will hope that's a good, 12:30 might be better, but 12 o'clock, I think I should be able to juggle everything. By noon.
January 19th at 12:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We continue.
Have a good day, everyone.
A lot of these got 3 and 2 cases.
Oh.
Is he here?
Oh, they haven't told me.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Say Mike. Okay. just pull it up, so down.
Remember, that's, it's called, it's one with K, just said, it will be up to. That went out to, so, so, to take.
So this part is a
It's up on a road violation.
Morning.
Ready?
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Well, no, we got it, not really.
Yeah.
Attorney on the other. Got to save you a little time. How you feeling today, y'all? I'm good. What was that, Jerry? You know, yeah.
All right. Okay. Oh, that's all.
I choose. Is it okay if I get my back over there and do a Zoom? Yeah.
Mr. Prempeh.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You're here on Stewart, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. My apologies to the court for my failure to appear a couple of days ago on the 8th. Unfortunately, it didn't make my calendar. So again, yeah, my sincere apologies to the court and your staff.
operating in the school.
Calling case number 2306-034801. People of the state of Michigan versus Raymond Stewart. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant also has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jabari Prempeh, P 81745, on behalf of Mr. Raymond Stewart.
And what's the status of Mr. Stewart?
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Stewart is in Jackson at Egler Detention Center. So I am trying to make contact with him as soon as possible. Looks like he has been, he is there on a parole violation.
Are you going to hold an exam in this matter?
It is my intention, yes, to hold an exam. I do need to make new contact with him, so that's what I'll be working on today.
Okay, so we're going to have to write him down. It takes about 2 weeks to get him here.
Fair enough.
So looking at the week of the 22nd.
I'll pull my calendar up now. Okay, I have a bench trial on the 22nd. Is the 25th available for Your Honor?
No, that's my homicide day. What about the 24th?
Let me see. I can do the 24th. I have a PCC at 9 a.m. Otherwise, it should work.
24th at 10 o'clock.
That'll be fine.
That will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Drain.
The court will set aside the outstanding case since he is in Michigan Department of Corrections.
Thank you. I'll see you all on the 24th, 10 a.m.
Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ramsey.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ramsey. Sir, you're supposed to be in court at 9:45.
I didn't know. I've been on here since 8:30. I just been waiting.
But you're supposed to be in court at 9:45.
Oh, I didn't know, sir.
Well, I'm telling you now, you need to be here at 9:45, sir.
Oh, in person?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was in Zoom.
Okay. Didn't know, but now you know, so get here.
Okay.
All right.
Those first two are gonna be dismissals. They coming in, they filling out the dismissal, sir.
Okay.
Those paperwork ready, Alicia?
Happy New Year. One Tyrese Clark.
Yes.
Calling case 2360299, State Issue versus Tyrese Clark. In the charge and count one domestic violence third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grace of the People, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor, Neighborhood Defender Service 5-85191 on behalf of Tyrese Clark, who is president for to my left. Mr. Clark, can you state your name, Judge?
My name is Tyrese Clark. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time of the hearing. She is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
At this time, we have a dismiss.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Cohen.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are
Happy
you?
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Murray Burnside.
Ready.
Calling case 2360347, State of Michigan versus Kamari Fernandez, Terry and Burnside. Defendants charged in count one assault with potential to break out of harmless to murder by strangulation. Count two domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grace of the People, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151. I'm appearing on behalf of Mr. Kamari Burnside, who's present out of custody. He appears to my left. Mr. Burnside, can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, good morning. My name is Kamari Fernandez Terrion Burnside.
There's a date time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
I'm not able to proceed at this time, Your Honor. The complaining witness was notified of the exam today. She is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Defense moves to dismiss, Your Honor.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
The name. Oh, okay. Now, witnesses on that? Yep. Or just one. He's family on phone. It'll be a while. You gotta put case. We gotta make them on. Ricky, the prosecutor talking to you. Post this week on his way. He's locked up with his attorney here. We'll come early and do that. Mr. Shine here. It's already.
Mrs. Kenny's here, he's trying to find out the ETA of his client, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny's here.
What's going on? What are we waiting on?
Called Mom 5 minutes ago. She trying to do a waiver. Let's see, hopefully if I grab it, maybe it'll go to light. Yeah, this is him. You might want. Go the waiver, John.
Okay.
So I see on right. He said 15 minutes. Stick around with the-
Thank you, sir. Calling case 2359204, people of the state of Michigan versus Terrell Rick. Defendants charged in this case with count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, domestic violence. It also has case 2360195, charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4, felony firearm, count 5, felony firearm, count 6, felony firearm, count 7, domestic violence. And he has case 2359205, charged in count 1, home invasion, third degree, Count two, malicious destruction of building, $200 more or less than $1,000. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249 on all three cases.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by North Anderson, E 85191 on behalf of Row Records on all three cases.
It's designated time set for preliminary examination, counsel.
Your Honor, I have explained to Mr. Ricketts his right to a preliminary examination on all three cases, and at this time, we would like to waive that right.
What's your name for the record, sir? Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination in each of these matters. By waiving the same, that means you won't have a preliminary examination in any of them. You'll be bound over to the Lane County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the court. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature and purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have a preliminary examination, the prosecution have to establish that the crimes you're charged with were committed in the city of New Jersey, there's probable cause to believe you committed. Yes. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Does anyone promise you? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I do.
Any objection from you people?
No objection to waivers, Your Honor.
The court finds defendants' waivers are made knowingly and voluntarily freely given before the therefore find to the Lane County Third Circuit Court criminal division of proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be January 25th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Are there any issues as to bond?
No, Judge.
Bond will be continued.
Thank you. And just for the record, Your Honor, I believe that the complainant, Ms. Ariel Knight, is present in this.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, now, excuse me, you haven't seen it tonight.
I gave the wrong date. That should have been 24.
No problem.
All right, thank you.
You two just step in the hallway now, you just wait in the hallway.
Mr. Kenny here?
Yeah, McKinney here.
And Mr. Lee. How you doing there, Mr. Kenny?
All right, Judge, how are you?
All right, happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Can you have some fun with me today?
Yeah, first, we're having fun right now, trying to get my children here.
Trying to do what?
Trying to get my client here.
Where is he?
He was on Zoom with you.
Oh, that guy.
8:30, and I was supposed to be here 9:45.
Talked to him 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I talked to him. I have talked to him.
He said, Rock, is this gonna be a hold?
I don't think so. It's ready.
John Sabri made this, and they use some squeaky song, two squeaky song. Yeah.
Yes.
APL, rules say, can you give her 10 minutes? She's talking to the youth. It's a mine.
AP on who?
Room.
7 o'clock.
Oh,
Yes. You are local with them. E with a E on your week. At 10 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Sean, no.
Ms. Shaw, MSCHO. And 59167. Yeah. Only my mother calls me Kimberly, and only when I'm in trouble. But the bar also. This is Kimberly.
Ma'am.
It's at 9:45.
I just spoke to, he said,
his attorney is who?
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny is here.
No, this is Mensa. This is not Ramsey, this is Mensa.
Oh,
Okay, his attorney is, says she's on Zoom or it's on Zoom. Oh, you're on Zoom with her, okay,
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Fill out this out. Okay.
Ghana. Ghana. Oh, just want to ask you a question.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay,
Can I do for you?
yeah, I just, if I can ask you, which way?
This way.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies. Have a good day.
So,
He's been having brain freeze. What's the duration?
All right, so.
Of course.
I tried to.
Now, we're going to continue. Thank you.
Yeah. Process.
Forty-five, 85, 47. 47. What's your 85? Oh, 40. Lord, to, oh, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Ramsey? Yes, sir. Pronounce your first name for me, sir. Pronounce your first name for me. Calling case 2359628, people of the state of Michigan versus Kamani Deontay Ramsey. Defendant charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. He also has case 2359675, charged in count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4 malicious destruction of personal property less than $200, count 5 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Tracy with People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kenneth, here on behalf of Mr. Ramsey, in both cases, 35842.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Mind your answer.
This date, time, set, preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. I was notified that the made in time for the proposed the exam. She is not present. I cannot receive the.
Move to dismiss.
So order, court will dismiss both matters without prejudice.
Thank you.
Any dismissal orders, Mr. King? Looks like I have, thank you.
So now.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right.
Okay.
Do I have some students here? Are these the students? Ms. Michelle, ready on?
Yes.
Room in custody?
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2-60320, people of the state of Michigan versus James Matthew Rome Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct versus 3, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Defendant has an individual from the second defense. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good afternoon or morning, Your Honor. Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P 59167, on behalf of Mr. Broom. Your Honor, we would move to sequester if there's more than one witness. I would indicate to the court there are several family members in court on behalf of the young lady. I think some of them are individuals who have heard what she had to say. And I'm going to ask that they be removed from the court.
Judge, if any of the witnesses here are first witnesses, I mean, they're not first witnesses, they only have one witness today, but if they're going to testify at a future exam or a future hearing, then I would join that objection. I'm not sure if any of them are going to be witnesses. That would
You would know better than me.
be talking. They're
just making sure.
Yes.
All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, who are a witness or potential witness, ordering you to log off at this time. How many witnesses do you intend on calling, Mr.?
One, Your Honor.
Okay. Call your witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, people would call Skylar Gates. Oh, Your Honor, may I do this preliminarily first?
Sure.
Yes. I'm not going to we introduce this under MCL 766.11B. It is the Avalon forensic medical report. And I would introduce that as Exhibit 1. Your Honor, may I guess read to the record the important parts?
Sure.
Okay. This is a report from October 10th of 2023 by registered nurse, same nurse, Patrice Terrell. I would direct the court's attention to section F, which states that there are injuries to the fossa navicularis, that's FOSSA, NAVICULARIS. On the accompanying injury log, it states there is a pink white abrasion at 6 o'clock. Additionally, further in section F, there's injury to the anal folds. In the accompanying injury log, they are pink red tears at 2 o'clock and at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
And publish your honor.
Yes.
Now it's time for people to call back.
Here's your line.
Hang on a second. Please raise your right hand. Excuse me. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Right. We need you to speak real nice and loud. It's that microphone is to your left. How old are you? You're 11 years old. You know what it means to tell the truth and what it means to tell a lie, right? So if I told you I was wearing a red hat right now, would I be telling the truth or telling the lie? Okay, so you promise to tell me the truth? Okay. Again, I need you to speak into the microphone, okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Skylar.
Good morning.
Skylar, can you tell us how old you are?
11,
And when's your birthday?
April 9, 2020.
Skylar, do you know the reason that you're here today?
Correct.
And what's the reason you're here today?
Sexual assault.
And when you say a sexual assault, can you tell me what you mean by that?
Physically touching me without my approval.
And who did that to you, Skylar?
Can you read it?
Who did that? Who did that to you, Skylar?
James.
Can I breathe?
Is it James, Skylar?
Correct.
And Skylar, would you be able to look around the courtroom and tell me if you see James in the courtroom?
Yeah.
And can you tell me a color that he's wearing?
Green.
Your Honor, would the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
So noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Skylar, what happened with James?
He physically touched me without my approval.
Can you say that last word again?
I said he physically touched me without my approval.
Without your approval?
Correct.
Okay. When does this happen?
Yesterday.
Was it recently or not recently?
Recently.
Would you say within a few months?
Correct.
How old were you when this happened?
11.
And you're 11 right now?
Correct.
Where are you at when this happens?
My mom's house.
And do you know if that's in the city of Detroit?
Yes, in the city of Detroit.
And what happens while you're at your house in the city of Detroit?
What happened? So I was sick. Like I had stomach bug virus. I got it. So we started up and everything. My nose was bleeding. So I asked my mom if I could stay home, and she said yes. So she had to go drop off the kids for school, so she went and dropped them off. She said she would be right back to check for me. She came back, checked it for me, and said she would have to go to work and she'll be back soon.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. So you stay home from school that day,
Correct?
and you said your mom has to go drop off the kids at school.
Yes.
Who are the kids?
Savannah, Layla, and the twins.
And are they all younger than you?
Yes.
And who all lives in that house with you?
My twin sisters, my mom, Savannah, me, and James.
And where does James stay at when he's in the house?
Basement.
And what is James' relation to you, if any?
Can you please repeat the question?
How do you know James?
I know him by my mom dating him. She asked us to meet him.
Okay. Okay, so you're at home sick. Your mom goes and brings the kids to school, and does she come back?
Yeah, she comes back.
And then you said that she leaves again to work.
So she comes back and then leaves again to the kids.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, she comes back to check up on me and then she leaves to go to work.
And who's all home when she leaves to go to work?
Just me.
Do you know if James is home?
No, I did not know.
And what do you do when your mom leaves for work?
I normally just sit, watch TV, or I go downstairs, give me a snack, and just come back upstairs or go on my phone.
And what did you do this day?
So since I was sick, I didn't have any medicine that day, so I was throwing up, my nose was bleeding. And I stayed home, make sure I managed to stop my nose from bleeding early that day. So after I stopped it from bleeding, I ate something and I felt fine after that. And I just kind of chilled out, watched TV. I got tired and went on my phone because I was making myself more sleepy, so I go to bed.
Okay, so when you were watching TV before you got tired, where were you at in the house?
I was in my siblings' room since I don't have a TV in my room yet. So I went in little Savannah's room and I just watched a show on Netflix. I forgot the name of the show.
And what happens when you are watching a show on your phone?
When I watch a show on my phone, I either stay for hours or I fall asleep. In this case, I got tired and sleepy, so I put my phone and glasses down and fell asleep.
Skylar, when you're asleep, does something happen?
Correct.
What happens when you're asleep?
I was sexually assaulted.
Skylar, were you wearing clothes on when you went to sleep?
Correct.
What clothes were you wearing?
I remember me wearing green leggings. I had a shirt on and some socks, but I don't remember the color of the shirt and socks.
Do you know if you were wearing any undergarments?
Yes, I was wearing undergarments.
Okay. When you wake up, are your clothes still on? What clothes are on?
My pants and socks. Undergarments.
And are the undergarments we're talking about like underwear or a bra or something else?
Oh.
So when you wake up, which undergarments were off, if any?
Pants and bra.
And do you know how your clothes got off, Skylar?
No.
And Skylar, how do you wake up? What causes you to wake up?
What causes me to wake up?
Yes.
A lot of noise, or I'm just being woken up by somebody. But
In this case, what causes you to be woken up?
I would say the touch of somebody.
And who's touching you?
James.
And where is he touching you?
In my private parts.
In what private part? When you say private parts, what are you talking about?
No, I'm good. I would say my vagina and
Your vagina and your what?
boob.
Your boob, okay. And Skylar, what do you use your vagina for on an everyday basis?
Using the bathroom.
And what part of James is touching your vagina?
His private part.
And do you have another name for his private part?
Dick.
And do you know what he uses his dick for on a daily basis?
Using the bathroom.
And what part of James is touching your boob? And Skylar, when you say that his dick is touching your vagina, is it inside, outside, or something else? Tell me about that.
Maybe.
Yes. So where at on your vagina was James' dick touching?
I would say my butt.
So is it going like where you wipe? When you go, you use the bathroom, is it going towards where you wipe? Okay. What do you feel when this is happening, Skylar?
Emotionally.
Let's go with physically first. What do you feel?
Pain.
And where do you feel that pain at?
Vagina.
Do you feel pain anywhere else?
No.
And what about emotionally? How are you feeling?
Sad, untrusted. Aggressive. I would say depression.
Feel James do anything with his hands?
Yes.
What do you feel him doing? And what do you, like, is his hand doing something when it's touching you?
Nothing.
And where did you say that his hand was? Under your. And this. You said that you were wearing a shirt and you were wearing undergarments, right? You stated that you were wearing a shirt and you were wearing undergarment?
Yeah. Wait. You said. Wait, during, right, when I went to sleep.
The fair clarification. When James is touching your boob,
Oh, no.
this under your shirt, over your shirt, on your skin, or something else?
Under my skin. On my skin.
On your skin, okay. So Skylar, what happens when you wake up to this happening?
I get scared, crying, yelling. He asks me if I'm okay, and then quickly runs off. And I'm just kind of trying to put myself together, and I grab my phone and call my mom.
Okay. And I just sorry, back for a second. Was James wearing any clothes when you woke up?
It was not.
Okay. And do you know how his clothes came off?
No.
Okay. And so you woke up and he asked you if you're okay?
Yeah.
Does he say anything else to you?
No.
And where does James go after he asks you if you're okay?
I don't know.
And where did you go?
I go into my room to put my clothes on, like my footstep.
And that room that you're in, you said that was your siblings' room?
Yeah.
And where's your room at in relation to the siblings' room?
The room is right next to the room. It's like down the hall, and all you guys just turn it on, like right next to it.
So you go to your room, and what do you do in your room?
I heard her put on my clothes. I'm still crying. My nose starts bleeding, and I'm on the phone with my mom still. I go downstairs. She told me to simply to ask. She asked me if Sean was there, and I said I didn't see her from outside. So she told me to go to the neighbor Lucy, I believe, and I went over there, and she told me that I need to stay here, and I told him that as I was crying, and my nose was still bleeding. And he asked me what happened, and I told him what happened. He got me the top. I went in the bathroom, I was wiping my face, because I was hurting, blood all over my face. And I made sure my nose stopped bleeding. My mom pulled up, she grabs me the coat, since it's cold outside, puts it on me, trying to comfort me. My mom just in Nita's house, James leaves out the door, and here she into the car and drives away. I don't know how long after the police service pulled up. My mom and me talked to the police. I jumped in the car, called dad, and I'm crying.
Okay, so stop you right there. So at some point the police arrived?
Yes.
And did you see James leave your house?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt just one. Did you say your face was bleeding?
Yeah.
How was your face bleeding?
My nose was bleeding and I had blood all over my face.
I see. What caused your nose to bleed?
So when my nose bleeds, it's normally because I'm either too warm or like when my nose, like when you bang your head, when you hit your nose really hard, that's when my nose gets bleeding.
Did you hit your nose?
No.
Okay. Were you warm?
Yes.
So is James gone by the time the police come?
Yes, he's gone.
go, after the police come?
So after the police come, I'm in the car. So I'm talking to my dad. He's asking what's going on, trying to get an understanding. And I'm telling him what happened as I'm crying. And he's like, he's on his way. And everything. And my mom, after the police leave, they asked for my name, how old I am, and everything. They did not go in the house or anything. My mom jumped in the car and she told me we were going to the hospital.
And do you guys go to the hospital?
Yeah, but as in the car ride, she just started talking to me, getting me talking, I and just say it. Just say anything to her after that.
And when you get to the hospital, what do you do when you go to the hospital?
I'm still crying. I was crying the whole time. So my mom told them something and they gave me a wristband and she's trying to still comfort me. Doctor calls me in. I'm calming down. My auntie goes up, like my TT, Shelly, and my dad comes. My grandma does too. And then they started talking and they said that we need to go to someplace else for something. So we ended up going there.
Okay. Do you know what you went to another place for?
They said it was for a checkup.
What happens when you go to the next place?
So when I go to the next place, they talk about like medication that I'm being on because I'm pregnant. So, and it was, I did a full checkup and everything. They told me everything was good. Then we left. I still had medication that I had to take. So I was taking the medication for about a few weeks. And yeah, and I was with, and when I left the place, I was with my dad. They said I couldn't be with my mom, so they told me my dad, since he was there.
Skylar, has anything like this ever happened before?
I would say, I don't know.
Has anything ever happened between you and James before?
No.
Were there any ever times where you and James were in the house and noticed things going on?
Yeah, I've noticed he would, when he walks down the door, he like turns his head, but he doesn't show his full body, like just peeking over. Weird. He watches me at night. My mom has a camera in my room. That was super creepy. He likes to take pictures of me, like when I walked up the steps once, he took a picture of me. I told my mom and everything. She said she would do something about it. My dad and my mom made an agreement for him not to be around me, and she still let him be around me. And I had no idea of the agreement, and so now, so.
Okay. And Skylar, was this all before what happened when you were asleep?
Yeah, this is all before.
Skylar, when you got a checkup at that second place where they gave you medication,
Yeah.
Do you recall if it was like a sexual assault checkup?
Yes, it was a sexual assault checkup.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Gates, my name is Kim Sean. I'm James's attorney, so I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? If you don't understand them, or I use words that you don't understand, you let me know, okay? Do you want me to call you Ms. Gates, or do you want me to call you Sky? Very nice to meet you. Like, you're 11 years old, is that right?
Yes.
And do you live generally with mom or with dad?
I would move both.
Understood. So there's sort of a joint custody sort of
Yes,
situation.
joint custody.
And how long have you known James?
I would say about, I don't know exactly how long, because my mom introduced him a long time ago, so.
Did you tell, you went to it, do you know what I say? If I say a kids talk or an interview,
Yeah,
did you tell them, if you remember, that you'd known James for about 3 years?
I would say, I said that.
But you weren't sure if it was accurate?
Yes.
Fair? Okay. And your mom and James have been dating, correct?
Correct.
They have twins in common, is that right?
Mhm.
Is that against you?
Yes.
It's okay. And did James move in before or after the twins were born?
So he moved in after the twins were born.
Okay. And did your mom, to your knowledge, have a conversation with your dad about James moving in?
I do not know any of that till afterwards.
That's a fair answer. But James moves into the basement, correct?
Right.
Does mom's room in the basement, or is it different?
So her room is on the other floor.
Okay, so they're not, for lack of better words, their rooms are separate in the house. Okay.
They're separate.
Now, the first person you talk to about what happens is mom, right?
Yes.
And do you tell mom kind of everything that you remember happening at the time?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, dear?
Oh, yeah.
You're fine, no worries, no worries. And do you tell mom that you wake up completely naked? Or did you tell mom that you had that t-shirt
I told her that I didn't have some of my clothes on.
on? Okay. Now, in relationship to the clothes, you said you went to bed with a t-shirt. Don't know what color, that's okay. And you had a bra on, right? And is that yes?
Yes.
You're fine, no worries. And then you had underwear and leggings and socks on. So you were comfy, right? Okay, and when you wake up, you don't know how, but you didn't wake up to your socks being removed, right? Okay. They were removed, but you didn't wake up when, while they were being removed, fair?
Yes.
You're fine. And you didn't wake up when your leggings were being removed, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't wake up to your underwear being removed, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't wake up to your bra being removed.
Yes.
And I think every woman here has taken their bra off with the shirt on, but you agree with me that you kind of have to take it down through your arms and then out again, kind of underneath there. So there'd be a lot of movement to keep a shirt on and remove a bra. Is that fair? Okay. And then you wake up to James touching, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we're gonna have to be really specific, okay? When you were at Kids Talk, and if I told you, I'm so sorry, just a second, dear. If I told you that this event happened on October the 10th, does that sound about right to you?
I don't remember the date, so I wouldn't remember.
Okay. But would it be in early October? Is that fair? Okay. Do you remember going to the Kids Talk in November 3rd?
I don't remember the date.
You're just fine. Would you agree with me that it was sometime between when this happened to you and when you went to Kids Talk? Is that fair? When you were allegedly sexually assaulted and when you went to Kids Talk, some time had passed, fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you had talked with mom about what had happened, right?
Yeah.
And you talked with dad about what had happened, right?
Yes.
And did you talk to grandma about what had happened?
I didn't talk much about it.
That is fair. Did you talk to your aunties?
A little bit, but I didn't really contact with them.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about at 11, you are very, very smart. And when you were at Kid Talk, you used some phrases that I kind of want to know where you got. You used the phrase, the complainant stated that she was panicked, quote, panicking, trying to process everything. When you use the phrase panicking, trying to process everything, is that language you have, or is that language somebody was telling you it took time to process what you've experienced?
It's kind of, I would say this, me panicking is me thinking over it, me trying to calm myself. I would say it's kind of both.
I appreciate that. Because I assume that between when this happened and when you went to Kid Talk, are you in counseling?
No.
Are you in counseling now?
We're having a discussion about to counseling.
Okay. Do you want to go to counseling?
Fine, so,
I'm interested in why she would want to attend counseling.
it's not really.
So do you remember who gave you, because obviously you know what panicking is, but do you know who gave you the phrase process everything? Okay. And the term sexual assault, where did you learn that phrase?
I studied a little bit of law here.
Where did you study law? Good for you, first of all, but where did you study law? Outstanding. Did you study law after this event happened to you?
No.
So did you look up anything on YouTube regarding sexual assaults and sexual victims of assault on YouTube? Is that a no? No. Okay. Now, when we talk about sexual assault can mean a lot of things, okay? So sexual assault can mean a touching, like if James touched your breast, that's a type of sexual assault, okay? Now, I want to talk to you, and forgive me, I know there's a whole lot of people looking at you, so I'm so sorry. But we need to talk about vaginas and penises, okay? And so prosecution asked you where James touched you, and it really matters, okay? And please don't misunderstand. If he touches the outside of your vagina, that is an offense. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if he touches the inside of your vagina, that's a different offense. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm so sorry. Do you have your menstrual cycle?
Yes.
Have you used a tampon? No. So you never inserted anything in, okay. Did James insert his penis into your vagina? Or did he just touch the outside of your vagina? I'm so sorry, dear. Let me rephrase for a second.
Both.
Okay. And when are you indicating he put his penis inside your vagina?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that the sexual assault kit swabbed inside your vagina?
Yes.
Do you know if he was wearing a condom? You don't know, or he was not? You do not know what a condom is? Okay. When James got up from the bed, did he have anything covering his penis? Like a piece of plastic or rubber covering his penis?
No, his hand.
Okay. Now, after James leaves and you put on some clothes in your own room, do you leave the clothes that were taken off of you in that room? If you remember, dear.
No,
You don't leave them there, or you don't remember?
I don't live in there.
Okay. What do you do with those clothing items?
Ready to go back home.
Okay, so those were the clothes you put back on to go across the street or go to the neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you go to the neighbors and does your mom tell you to ask for safe haven, or is that a word that you knew already?
My mom.
Do you remember telling officers that James got home and he told me he was going to take a shower?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
That happened. Okay, so that happened when, so my mom was, I was watching TV during the time, so he came upstairs talking about he was going to the shower, so I had no problem with it, and I just went in my sister's room since I still.
Is that before the sexual assault?
Yeah, that's before it happened.
And were you aware, right? Have you ever accessed James's phone?
No.
Then it discovered.
Possibility.
I'll rephrase. Is your mom fianced? Is she engaged to James?
He asked her to marry her, but she said no.
Okay. And do you know if James has any other girlfriends?
So before all of this happened, he cheated on my mom. And he also has a child with me.
And how did that make you feel, James?
Untrustworthy.
And you don't want him to be with your mother, correct?
Yes.
Because he cheats on mom and he's just an all-around untrustworthy person because he cheats on.
No, there's other factors.
Okay. And do you want your mom to ever be remarried, or do you want her back with dad?
I want my mother to be happy and find a person that is good for her. But I do not want my mother with a person that is untrustworthy and a person who has no limits.
Can I ask? How many times has James cheated on your mom?
The only time I know was when my mother had the twins in the car. Well, she had others in the car. And we were going to his house. She didn't tell me until she called me on the phone. She called him cheating and said something on the phone. So that's the only time I knew.
And how far, do you remember the time frame between when that event happened and when the allegations of this arose? I'll rephrase. Do you remember when he was caught cheating versus when he's alleged to sexually assault you?
So I do not know that.
Within a couple months of each other?
I don't know that.
Okay. Oh, one last question. The phrase groping. Do you remember, is there somebody who told you the phrase groping, or is that a phrase you would use naturally? Did somebody tell you the phrase groping? I have no other questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Skylar, when defense asked you about, I'm sorry to go back there, you said, that James' dick or his penis touched both the outside and the inside of your vagina, correct? Tell me more about it touching the outside.
I would say when it took so I woke up and I just found him touching me everywhere. So, and then after he looked up and I was just, I would say, frozen in shock and became reacting in that sense of moment.
Thank you. Skylar, did anyone tell you what to say at Kids Talk?
No.
So when you talked about it with your mom, did she tell you what to say?
No.
Did your dad ever tell you what to say? Did the police ever tell you what to say? Did everything that you say at Kids Talk and here, is that the truth and actually happened?
Yes.
And Skylar, did you make this up to get your mom away from James?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, just an exhibit, Judge. I'd like to introduce the laboratory report. Sure. The defense would move for admission of defense proposed exhibit A, which is the lab report. In sum and substance, it indicated there was, it did not indicate the presence of any seminal fluid. There was, 2 seconds. DNA recovered from the following indicated the possible presence of male epithelials, which processed further for the labia majora swab and the anal swabs. It was too small of a presence to actually test. It was an insufficient amount to test, and it was inconclusive for the presence of DNA on the left and right breast. The DNA recovered from the following did not indicate the possible presence of DNA. That was the oral swab and the left and right neck swabs. And I believe that's the extent. May I publish?
Sure. All right, anything else?
Defense would rest.
Governor, the people that moved to find over on the part of the warrant, I would add an additional count of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree. Yeah, we have, Sally testified that, touched her vaginal area. She also touched the boob. Those are the two counts of second degree and the first degree. So she said that it's the same inside.
The defense would object to the bind over as it relates to the penetration count, Judge. I think, given what she said, I think the count of second degree, I think that's a question of fact. The penetration I take issue with based on the lab results, Judge, in that there isn't any epithelials nor seminal fluid inside her vagina at all. What it indicates is there's epithelials on the labia majora, which is the out, for educational purposes, the outside of a woman's vagina. It's the outer lips, not the labia minora, which is inside the vagina itself. And therefore, I'm arguing that it should be bound over only on the second degrees.
They respond, Your Honor.
Yes.
The labia majora is included within the meaning of penetration, the legal sense of penetration. So I think finding a possible male DNA on the labia majora swab and the anal perineal swab coupled with the stain report that indicates a pink white aberration to the navicular oxa, navicularis, being within.
You're killing my court report.
I'm sorry. I know. That's, I apologize. Being within the inside for legal definition of penetration. And then along with the anal tears to Skylar that was referenced in the same report. I don't think there's any penetration.
You know, I see a lot on this docket, and these cases get more and more discussed. And I say that because the young lady that testified here today is a beautiful, intelligent young lady, but she's never had to sit here and tell a courtroom full of people these outrageous things that were done to her by someone that she had some amount of trust in at some point in time. We have to do better. I'm not even talking about just the defendant, but I'm talking about our mothers out there who bring these men in over their children and leave them alone. Utterly disgusting. I believe every word the young lady told me. Not only did she say that the defendant penetrated her with his penis, but she told us that it hurt. The fact that there was no seminal fluid found inside of her vagina is of no consequence, so he didn't ejaculate. There was DNA found on the outer lips of the vagina, as the prosecutor indicated. That also counts as penetration for purposes of the law. The court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant, as well as the added charge of criminal sexual conduct in the second. The court finding those charges were committed in the civil Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be January 17th, 2024 at 9:05 a.m.
Judge, with the court address, the gentleman has been employed for several years at Chrysler. I do have documentation of his payroll schedule. The children are, quite frankly, their health insurance, is my understanding, is being covered by Chrysler, and it's going to be cut off if he does not return to work. Obviously, all we want is a reasonable bond with a GPS tether to and from work alone and no contact, obviously, with any minor children.
Your Honor, people would object to do any kind of modification to the bond, I believe it's appropriate in this case. Your Honor, you heard the next, in this case, you found it over more filed with the cash account. You heard the file itself, you had the lab report, you have to be in the active.
That, and we do have a pretrial services report that came back that recommends no action. And I couldn't agree more. I should probably not say too much, I don't want to get myself in trouble. But like I said, enough when I said that this case, and particularly this defendant discussion.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll talk to you.
What? That? No. I'm just not that. No. I think.
Ms. Michonne, I have your
Document. Thank you so much, Judge. I'll be right there.
Judge, may I approach to grab the documents for Ms. LaShawn?
Here's this right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I think this may go, two more pages.
Please. Go ahead. Your case.
Yeah, two more pages. William White. Who's on William White?
Mr. Dotson, that's to be just.
Mr. Dotson? Okay.
Yeah, but, can we do Mr.
Why that?
William White is a.
Yeah, we gonna do that in,
Okay, I'll do this one.
can we do
I'm sure
Mr.
Mr. Dotson can mind waiving his presence for dismissal.
Okay, that's fine.
Wonder who running this court, me or you?
No, you have a, case, and then you had another dismissal. I didn't know if you wanted to prisoner.
Mr. Dotson.
Wait 1 second, Judge.
Okay.
I tell
I have a prisoner here.
I think Mr. Doxson's in trial.
Yes, I have that years ago.
Yeah.
Who's on the court? Are you Mr. Court?
Yes.
Who's your attorney?
Me, Your Honor.
Okay, you ready? Come on.
Yes.
Ready to have a court reporter? Calling case 2360444, State of Michigan versus Michael Javar Court. Defendant charged with count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harmless and murder by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
And let me just sign it back.
Your appearance for the record, Ms. Shirley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, number 6027.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexander Choate with the Neighborhood Defender Service, P 85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Ford, who's present in court, Mr. Ford, is here.
Today's the day time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
One moment.
Diane Lynch, DINAHL.
What are we doing, people? You appearing on this case?
I am.
Your appearance for the record, please.
This is Diane Lynch, Florida, on behalf of P number 84589.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
How many witnesses?
Your Honor, because our eyewitness did not show up today, and the victim is unable to be in court this morning because he's still in and out of consciousness in the hospital. We would be unable to proceed this morning. We would in the future, as we build the case additionally, like to perhaps revisit this case in the future. There's one note that I would like to mention, that I spoke to the witness on the phone this morning, who indicated to me that he was not going to attend because defense counsel had instructed him he would not need to be here in court today. I do not believe that that is true at all. I think that maybe that wasn't said to him. I definitely believe that defense counsel did not tell him that. But perhaps something some other person told him.
Nodding her head, yes, he did tell me.
No, I'm not saying that, Judge. I'm saying we train our attorneys very well never to make any misrepresentations, Judge.
Yes, and I agree with you. I do not believe what was said today. I'm only repeating
I'm
what was
misinterpreting,
said. I do
nodding
not
her
believe.
head. Okay.
Yeah, but I
Thank you very much for that.
fervently am stating I do not believe that's the case. Perhaps something else was said to him by maybe another person or something else, but he is also now in the state of Tennessee because he was instructed.
Okay, so wait a minute, what is it? Is he in the state of Tennessee or is he in the hospital?
Oh, the witness is said to me today he didn't need to attend for the reason I stated, and he's in Tennessee. The victim is in the hospital and is in and out of consciousness. So this is an eyewitness.
So your eyewitness said that he was told he doesn't have to be here, and you told him otherwise, and his response was?
I said you were served with a subpoena. You needed to be here.
Did you tell him he needs to be here now?
I did, and that's what he told me. He was out of town, and I said, well, where are you? And he said Tennessee.
And when is he returning?
He did not tell me.
You asked?
I did, and he doesn't have a date for his return.
Are you able to proceed without him?
I am not. At this time.
Not even with the complaining witness?
The complaining witness is not here.
I understand that. I mean, in the future.
Well, in the future, I would be able to proceed without him if I had the victim.
And you have a timetable as to when the victim will be released from the hospital.
I do not.
So inquire about that.
I have his daughter here, who sees him daily. At this time.
Judge, may I?
Your name is?
This is Erin Down for the people, P78733. The complaining witness in this case is unfortunately was injured as a result of this assault. He's in and out of consciousness.
Unfortunately, the people are unable to proceed without the eyewitness today, although we are in touch with the officer in charge for some additional workup on this case and may consider refiling in the future.
So we don't know when the complaint will be available to what you're telling me.
Unfortunately, no, Your Honor. He was severely beaten in this assault. And I'm told that he has some sort of brain injury or spinal injury and is in and out of consciousness. I'm told that he cannot right now string two words together. This is just by way of background case, Your Honor, this is a case that is ultimately going to arise to he said, she said. I anticipate that if this case went to preliminary examination, while self-defense is always a question of the jury, the eyewitnesses will ultimately say that the victim in this case was at one point wielding a knife. And that the defense was responding in the form of self-defense. So this case, there's more to this case than a simple assault, which is why this eyewitness's testimony is one so important. But really, upon further review of this case, I think that the police do need to do some additional workup for the people to successfully proceed. So unfortunately, the people are unable to proceed today, Your Honor.
I'm not gonna, far be it for me to tell the people how the case, but I was the AP on that. I would probably be looking for a witness detained for that eyewitness. That's just me.
Judge, would the court consider a 1 or 2 week adjournment?
It doesn't sound like you're going to be able to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You have a motion.
Your Honor, at this time, it would request that the case be dismissed without prejudice.
So order the proposal to dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal.
And then, Your Honor, as well, if possible, be encouraged for me to
Dismissal order should take care of that. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson. I know you hear me call the
Oh, you mean?
No, he's in the hallway. I have to get on. Mr. Roberts don't have a, Mr. Roberts don't have a client.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Roberts, happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Jeff.
That call wasn't causing any problems.
No.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'm here on Kurt Myers for an examination. I believe it's going to be a case.
Myers.
Nothing else is gonna be
Okay. I was under the impression it was still in the Wayne County Jail. It wasn't there, so if you'll see that makes sense. They didn't see one.
He's not in the town.
Mr. Nelson, happy New Year.
Hey, happy New Year, Judge.
How you doing today? Are you ready on Mensa?
Yeah.
Where might Mr. Mensa be?
Right here first, right here to the
Okay,
left.
come on up, sir. Calling case 2360386, people of the state of Michigan versus Edward Okuku Mensa. Defendant is charged with count 1 domestic violence, third offense notice. He also has case 2360425, charged with count 1 domestic violence, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, key number 60249, and those cases.
Morning, Judge, you and your staff. Happy New Year. Rick Nelson, P3931 on behalf of Edward Mensa, who's present.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Edward Mensa.
Designate time set for preliminary examination in both matters. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time.
We'll dismiss, Judge.
You were saying, Mr. Drink?
I was just gonna say that, there's one complaint with this for one cases, she is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony.
So we have on case number 23-60386, the complaining witnesses being a Calvin Washington. And on the other one, the T opposing. But I see in the information, the domestic violence was against the T opposing. So or dismiss this matter without prejudice. Both matters.
Thank you, Judge.
You should do a dismissal order for me, Mr. Nelson.
Got one already filled out, we're doing the second one right now, Judge.
Okay, great.
And if you order to remove Tether, appreciate it.
The dismissal order should take care of that.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you as well, sir. Appreciate all blessings.
Yes, sir.
Perfect minds.
We might need to confirm where Mr. Myers is. I checked Otis. I do not see an entry for Mr. Myers in NPOC. I also did check the register of actions. His bond has not been posted. It is a low bond of $1,000, 10% of the play. It has not been posted, and I believe the complainant has indicated that he may be an NPOC, even though I don't see a record of that.
Anybody look on Otis? He has two different spellings of the last name. That may be the issue. He's there?
Yes.
Okay. That being the case, sounds like we're gonna have to adjourn the preliminary examination. Really bad. Calling case 22-58092, the state of Michigan versus Kirk Myers. Defendant is charged in count 1 larceny and building, count 2 breaking the legal entry without owner's permission. Defendant has official intersected with this.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley, the people, number 60249.
Good morning, happy new year to your honor. Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter Jonathan Roberts, P86128, on behalf of Mr. Myers, requesting that his appearance be waived for the purposes of this proceeding. We'll just be requesting that term.
All right, it was brought to the court's attention that Mr. Myers was sent to the Michigan Department of Corrections on parole violation. So the court finds good cause to adjourn the preliminary examination. We'll adjourn it to January 22nd at 10 o'clock.
That works for defense, Judge.
Okay. We continue.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you will dismiss this? We don't have any. We went out for prosecution. Your Honor, just about to move.
There you go, right here.
I think he's in trial, so he's not answering. Mr. Dox, are you there?
No, he ain't done yet. Sorry.
So are there witnesses on Mr. Dox's case? No. Maybe Mr. Dox's client wants to represent himself. He on Smith?
White, he on White.
He's on White. Okay.
White.
William White, sir.
Stay on White.
Calling case 2360617, people of the state of Michigan versus William Austin White. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault, potential to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has a position in the court case. Parents to the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley, the people, number 60249.
And tell me your name for the record.
William Austin White.
Okay, so Mr. White, you're being represented by Mr. Quentin Dox. Mr. Dox is in trial, although he is logged into Zoom right now, but I presume he's busy. So you have an option. People tell me that they're not ready to proceed in this matter. Is that right, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct, Your Honor.
You can represent yourself and ask for a dismissal, or you can wait on Mr. Dox to come back. What do you want to do?
Represent myself and ask for dismissal.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Congratulations, you won your first case.
Yes, Mr. King.
He's on his way down.
Good. Good morning, Ms. Fanning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well, Your Honor. I'm very glad to see you in person.
We're on Cartwright, correct?
Yes, I am. He has 2 cases, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Cohen still walking around here somewhere?
He's in another courtroom.
Okay. Mr. Cohen. Move on to Cartwright. Arterius Cartwright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You waiting on him to come up?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
Take care. Trying to turn it.
Arterius Cartwright.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2360583, people of the state of Michigan versus Arterius Devontae Cartwright. And is charged in count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence, 30 offense notice. He also has case number 2360568, charged in count 1 domestic violence, 30 offense notice. Parents for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley, the people, number 60249.
May the police support, Your Honor. Attorney Andrea Fanning, P42853, appearing on behalf of my client, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, please state your name for the record.
Arterius Cartwright.
Thank you.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination in both matters. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is the same person for both cases. She is not present. I cannot speak without her testimony.
Your Honor, we would move to have these matters.
Yes.
So ordered. Court will dismiss both matters without prejudice.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Appreciate it. So let's thank you.
beautiful day, Your Honor.
Thank you, too. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you as well.
Got a case that's on Salisbury. I think it was Acadia's daughter came with the paperwork, she was sick, so I told her she probably get in touch with the attorney. That's what you told me, John? Okay.
Hello there.
Good morning.
Got something for me?
No, sir. I need our EPS.
Oh.
Okay. So it would be on the third floor.
What we looking for?
Oh, fine. It should be on this side. Go in the right corner and then look up on the view. You'll see it. And then I placed it in our mailbox and currently. You have to check there too, so maybe down there. Oh, wait, check. So you don't see it there. We check these over here.
Why are you coming here still not?
We need it for a boundary determination. So I'll bring it back, I promise. Maybe it would be more something, yes. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. you here on Major Cohen?
I am here on Thompson. B. Thompson.
Calling case 2360426, people of the state of Michigan versus Lee Thompson. Defendant is charged with count one assault, intent to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two domestic violence. Defendant has an additional 30 minutes.
For your honor, shall we break for the people, number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor, Alexander Cho, with the Neighborhood Defender Service, P 85948. Appearing on behalf of Mr. Thompson, who is present in the court. Mr. Thompson, you can just sit up.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. Maybe witness was notified of the clear stage, she is not present. I cannot move forward without it.
Your Honor, at this time.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you, sir.
Jonathan Cohen.
So Judge, how's it going? What did you think about the little girl? She was intelligent.
Very intelligent.
For 11 years old, she's really developed.
Very mature.
Yeah.
Very mature, articulate.
Yeah.
Just I feel sorry that happened.
Me too. Me too. These moms, they move these guys and, you know. My husband died when I was single like this. I never got sleep. Their place.
Leaving was different too. And you go to work and sit at home with your kids.
Unless you're gonna get here. Did you bring your lunch?
I ate breakfast too.
Yeah, me too.
First day, how are you?
Hi, Jen, how are you?
Good, are you ready?
I'm ready. Throwing games?
Hey, and he's in the hallway. Okay.
How are you doing? Okay, how are you? Good. Give it to us.
Names, questions? Brian? Okay. Are we ready on that? It's not quite 12 o'clock yet. Sure.
It's just not new yet.
questions, is there the issue for the query? That is it, okay? She wants to see the report.
Oh, yeah. So Mr. Cohen, at last?
It's me, Your Honor.
And we'll do it briefly.
Do we have witnesses on Major Smith?
Yes, they do. So if I can have a quick second to talk to Mr. Smith, there's a possibility of amended charges. I want to potentially see if he's wanting to waive.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we'll do over with,
Would you like me to go?
sorry.
I can go get my client. I'll wait.
Calling case 2360401, people of the state of Michigan versus Romel Deshaun Gaines Buck. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, risk of murder by strangulation. Count 2 assault with dangerous weapon. Count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Grant, number 60249.
And Charlotte Hirschback from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 86740, on behalf of Mr. Gaines Buck. Please say your full name for the record.
Romeo Gang Buck.
There's a date and time set for your examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the defendant is not present. I am not able to proceed at this time.
And the defense would move for dismissal here.
So, or will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Dismissal.
So wait a moment, you make for us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, he did come here first and check in. I told him he should come back.
Wait, step away for a second.
So, yeah, close that out.
Ms. Marion, you about ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I don't.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Other than the possibility that.
waiver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next your turn. Where you are.
Wait,
Yeah,
Smith. That's Smith, right?
yeah.
Right.
Can you guys sign a waiver? Yes.
The 12:15 is over, but 12:30, you're asking for. Adjournment. We want to get before we do the whole
12:30 is asking for what?
adjournment for the prosecution.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we did. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were gonna wait that way. Yeah, no. So there. They're acting. That point, you weren't happy. Everyone's at. Yeah. But maybe the two things, or the two things. Your testimony, please, officer. What? They're gonna.
So, gentlemen, we have to do something.
I'm sorry, Judge, I misunderstood the situation that we were in. All right, sorry, Judge, this is actually gonna be a whole, I misunderstood. The charges were being sought to be added regardless of our waiver status, so that was my misunderstanding.
Must be a total. Let's do Underwood.
Come on.
Calling case 2360582. People of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Gerard Underwood. Defendant is charged in count 1 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 felony firearm. Count 4 felony firearm. Count 5 domestic violence. Defendant has an habitual under second defense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60224. Good afternoon, attorney secretary, Mr. P84839, here on behalf of Mr. Underwood, Mr. Underwood, petitioner for the record, please.
There's the daytime set for preliminary examination. I'm ready to proceed.
Sir, I'm not able to proceed today because the reason is that here, however, I've been in contact with her and I am in the police. She is not here because she has indicated that she just received notice this morning that the case was going to happen today, and she didn't have time to get in childcare or change her work schedule. She indicated that she did not get the notice that was sent to her home. The phone numbers that we had for her are the correct numbers. I was in contact with the officer in charge, and he had a different phone number with the I was able to get that also. I can't say you phone all the double lines. So I did call the gentleman to let her know this morning that you would not be having the exam right away, and that it would be my intent to ask for the adjournment. She does want to go forward. I'm just asking for a very brief adjournment anytime. She will come at any time.
Your Honor, we would adjourn, request that we adjourn at this time, as prosecution has indicated, they advised that this morning that they wish to adjourn the matter. Pursuant to MDL 766.4, Mr. Underwood does have right back to the and 5 to 7 days after this probable cause conference. So there will be unfair and prejudice imposed upon Mr. Underwood should this exam be adjourned. Additionally, pursuant to MDL 766.7, not there's no cause to make this adjournment. I don't believe the prosecution has exercised reasonable care for efforts to prepare for the exam, in addition to complainant not being contacted or any attempts being made with officer in charge to contact the complainant. We still have not received the digital discovery matter despite our request of the probable cause conference and filed an email on Friday to obtain that information. So I would argue that no reasonable efforts were taken to prepare for the exam in totality. We ask that the matter be dismissed.
Mr. Drain, what's going on with the discovery?
Well, I said that.
In any event, the court finds good cause to adjourn the preliminary examination. I'm looking at the next available date as being January 19th. Is that a good date for the council? Looking at late morning, January 19th at 11:15. File be continued.
Your Honor, could you address, at the probable cause conference, we did address following comment regarding the restrictions for the kids tether. Right now, he is not allowed to return home with the incident was likely had occurred.
Can you step to the podium so we can hear you better?
At the time of the probable cause conference, we did address the bond, and the GPS tether doesn't allow him to return home. It is his home. The complainant is no longer residing at the home, hasn't been residing at the home since his release. At the time of the PCC prosecution, I had not spoken with the complainant regarding where she was residing. I do believe that prosecution has since spoken to her and attest to the fact that she is no longer residing at the home.
Yes, that is accurate, Your Honor. When I was able to speak with her today, I did ask her about that, but yes, she confirmed that she has completely moved out of the house. And so I'm not objecting to any change.
Send your stipulated order along with things to go back to his residence.
Okay.
Should be on the phone.
Okay, Ms. Barron and Mr. Cohen, I hate to do this to you, but I have to take about at least a 30-minute break. Okay, but when I come back. Ms. Barron, your case was 12 anyway. Why don't you come back at the moment, unless you said the whole witnesses are here for that?
I do want to know if the witnesses are here.
Oh, okay, I thought you said the witnesses are here. Let's see.
No, I don't know.
Okay. You have somewhere else you need to go, Mr. Cole?
No, this is my last exam today. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Judge, I guess the witness is on, okay.
She has to
Oh,
be
okay.
up there in a minute.
Okay,
Okay. So we should be back in 30 minutes?
yeah, you can come back as one.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
How many witnesses do we have on Mr. Cohen's case?
I think it's two, Judge, two witnesses on Smith.
Yes.
Yes, two complainants. He wants to change it.
The client is trying to get his attention.
Oh, okay.
Look sharp, sir.
You want to talk to me?
Right there.
So you can,
Oh, the hand.
gonna take you to another, what, right?
I'm coming to take a picture. Wait a minute.
Eventually go to circuit court if the judge finds the case.
So you said that you added another charge?
Yes.
I mean, what charge this was?
Assault with intent to murder.
With intent to murder?
Yes. They believe they can prove based on the severity of the injuries and the allegations. I'm not saying they don't think they believe they can. Oh, okay. I see the questions out there. Very good. I'll be down, we'll talk over the phone.
Yeah, I need to ask you questions.
Yes, I'll be down in just a minute.
All right.
Wow. So the chickpeas.
You said about 30 minutes, sir?
Yeah. Literally, 30 calories. Yeah, sure.
You want, it's okay, they stay here and you
Yeah, that's nice.
Recess for about 30 minutes.
All right.
Madam Clerk, is it okay if you're supposed to go through? Oh, with the order, yes. Barry, you don't want to go? Yeah. What do you like? There's a Jose Taco. It's right on the. You can walk over here. You want to fry something? There you go. You can follow me right now.
Oh, it's good. I have it in the fried tacos. They're good. It's good.
You ready to rock and roll? Get this stuff over with. Where'd everybody go? Hold on this so we can just start.
Yeah, do you know what case you're gonna call first?
Gonna go with Cohen's case first.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll be Mr.
Is Mr. Cohen out there?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Mr. Smith. Okay. This is case 2359143. People of the state of Michigan versus Major Smith. Defendant is charged in count 1 home invasion, first degree. Count 2 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5 domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Griggs with People, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151. Appearing on behalf of Mr. Major Smith, who is present and in custody, standing to my left. Mr. Smith, can you please state your name for the record?
Major Smith.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
How many witnesses for the?
Can I understand that people will call 2 witnesses?
Okay. Go ahead, call you first. Okay.
Judge, I did just want to bring one issue to the court's attention related to discovery. In the initial packet that was provided, there was an indication that evidence technicians had been pulled out to the scene of the crime. I had a report. There was an indication that several photos had been taken documenting what potentially may have been a weapon used in this case. I did reach out to Ms. Drain asking for these evidence tech photos on December 18th, and unfortunately have not received those to this point. I don't have a court order, and I don't know that it's this court's practice necessarily to dismiss for missing discovery issues anyways, but I wanted to bring it to the court's attention.
Ms. Drain?
Yes, Judge, I did receive that email on the 18th, and I did forward that to the officer in charge so that so that they would know exactly what was being requested. I have not received any response for the evidence for the.
Okay, so as we all know, discovery is ongoing. But Mr. Cohen, if you'd like to provide a discovery order once we finish with this case, and if it's necessary, we're glad to sign it.
I appreciate it, Judge. I'm sure it's something that we'll eventually get. I can always bring it up in circuit court. Thank you.
People come to Daniel Robinson. Daniel Robinson.
Yeah.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Please have a microphone to your left. Give me one second, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Back on the record, you may proceed.
I'm sure before we do the questioning, I will report that I do inform the town council that based on the information that we know county in anticipated testimony, I would likely need to add in charge of the swap.
Okay.
So please state your name for the record. All right, and Mr. Robinson, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson, I want to bring your attention to the date of September 24th of last year, 2023. Remember that date? Okay, and were you at the location of 5271 Drexel Street, apartment 1 in the city of Detroit, and county of Wayne? And what kind of
Please
location?
speak into the microphone, sir. Pull it to your left. Pull it down and speak directly into that.
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of location is that? Store, building, house?
2-family flat.
Okay, and were you living there?
At the time I was staying visiting my girlfriend,
Okay, who's your girlfriend?
Tina Carter.
Could you repeat that?
Latina Carter.
Latina Carter. Okay, and were you there on that day?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened on that day?
Actually, the 23rd, she had it was her birthday, so we had a birthday party. Her family came from out of town, bring family kids, you know, good dinner, play cards. It was a nice good event. And everything was all good and done. So around little after 1:30 or going on 2 o'clock, you know, the house.
Is this in the morning?
Yep. We're going after 12 o'clock, and going to the 24th.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
1:30 in the morning to 1:30 or 2 in the morning, somewhere on there. She had laid down. I greeted everybody else that had left about the house. I was in the assumption that the house was secure and locked up. Sometime after 2, Mr. Smith came and kicked in the bedroom door.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
You said Mr. Smith and you pointed in this direction, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, and is that Major Smith?
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you know?
I never met that man in my life until that night. All I know is he was her ex.
When you say her, who are you referring to?
Until I think it's Carter.
I'm going to object and strike that statement as being based on hearsay and my personal knowledge. The comment about Mr. Smith being her ex.
Okay. So the party was over and you're in a room and Ms. Katina's in a room?
Yes.
Okay, what room is that?
Okay.
Okay, and were both of you laying down in bed?
Yeah, I was still dressed. She was laying in bed, already laying down like a little bit, like 20-30 minutes quiet.
Okay, could you tell, did you know that she was sleeping at that time?
She was sleeping.
Okay. Do you know if there was any, to your knowledge, was there anyone else in the house at that time?
I didn't know if anybody was in the house.
Okay, but you said the party was over?
Party was over.
Okay, so you and Katina are in the bedroom, laying down, and then you see Mr. Smith.
Yes.
What did you think when you saw him?
The doors were open, he had on all black, and I jumped up, excuse my language, I said, what the fuck? I said, what the fuck is you? He said, that's my wife. I leaped up off, she sleeps on the edge, I sleep against the wall.
I'm not object, Your Honor, at this point. This is not responsive to the question of what did you think or what were you thinking?
Okay, okay. So you saw, excuse me, Mr. Smith, and you got out of bed.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
I proceeded towards the door where he was in the doorway, he would come all the way to the bedroom. He said, that's my wife. I said, that's your wife. As soon as I got up on him, that's when all the knives, it was too late.
That's when you saw all the knives?
Yeah, 2 knives.
2 knives,
Yes,
okay.
I can describe it.
Please describe the knives that you saw.
Yeah. In his left hand, which is my right hand, yeah, something like knife with ridges, or like what's that, honey knife or something like that, silver knife. And then in his right hand, he had a knife here with like a stick, and got a blade on the top this way, and a blade on the bottom like this way. So if he's doing this at me, I got defensive wounds in my hand, and if he's doing this, I'm holding his arm.
Let me stop you for just a second here. I want to get a real clear picture of what's going on here. Okay, so you described the two knives. I would, can you estimate how large they were? Could you show us maybe with your hand? That first one that you described that you said could be like maybe a hunting knife?
Like
How large
like
was
some
it?
hunting knife, the blade had to be about like this long.
The blade was maybe
Blade.
6 inches
At
long?
least 6
maybe?
inches, yeah.
That's just the blade.
Just the blade, I saw with the blade part.
Okay, and you had that in one
Yeah,
hand,
and
you said?
yeah, that in his left hand, I'm holding with his arm with my right.
Okay. Now, the other knife that you saw.
It was,
Okay.
I never seen a knife like that. It had to be like, he had a hand on a handle, and it had like a curve on one end, and then there was another curve at the bottom.
Okay, so are you saying that the
It was
actual,
like 2
like,
edges.
knife metal part curved?
Yeah, it was like 2 blades, one at the top, one at the bottom, and 10 is in the middle. So if he's doing this, slicing, he cooking it too. So one part cooked this way, and the other part sliced that way. Funny looking, I ain't never seen one like it.
Okay.
Yes.
So you see the knives,
Yes, ma'am.
what happens next?
He's slicing at me, and I'm just doing this, defending my hand, trying to defend myself. As he's slicing, it was really no conversation. He was going slicing, and it was cooking. Okay, and next thing I know, I said the event might happen maybe about at least minute and a half, 2 minutes, somewhere around there. For how long it took, and then I seen her grandson come from back, and I told him, grabbed him, and then by the time I passed out.
Okay.
I was like, that.
Okay. So you said that you said you had some defensive wounds on your hand.
My hand, I had like over 20 something, my arm was like Popeye. It was swollen up, my wrist was big in my arm, my whole hand was swelled from all the defensive wounds. And I stabbed me I got stabbed here 3 times in my arm. He stabbed me in my forehead, stabbed me in my intestines and my stomach with my intestines was hanging out at emergency surgery.
Your intestines were hanging out of your
my
body?
side. Okay. Stabbed me in my stomach, stabbed me in my back right here where I had stitches, and then stabbed me in my lungs, and my ribs where I had a chest tube bleeding through my lungs.
Okay.
So.
Do you know approximately how many times you were stabbed?
Yeah, I got stabbed 8 times.
You got stabbed 8 times?
And the defensive wounds, I don't know how many times I was doing this.
Okay.
So it was, my hand was cut up, but I can't just stay at the stab and I got stabbed. And then I had emergency surgery.
Okay, well, let me stop. You were also stabbed in the head, is that correct?
Right here, man.
Okay, what are you pointing to right now?
The line right here on my face, it was slapped over, you see my bone.
What was flapped over?
My skin was slapped all the way over.
Okay, and you can see your bone?
You can see it right to the bone.
Okay.
Indicating for the record, the witness is pointing to the left portion of his forehead, just above the eyebrow, leading to the top of his hair. There's about it's like a 3-inch healed scar.
I had stitches.
Okay, so you were treated for that, you had
I had
stitches?
stitches there, I had stitches in my back. And the tube had, which I had stitch needle, which I had the tube draining my intestines, the blood that built into my intestines, and the blood in my lungs. So I had 3 different tubes at the hospital come draining the end blood out of my system. Only thing I had to do for 6 days.
You were in ICU for 6 days?
6 days, yes, ma'am. And then I went to trauma for the next 6 days.
Okay. How long were you in the hospital total?
12 days.
Okay. Were you conscious the whole time, other than surgery?
I was in when they put the chest tube in, man, with my lungs, I passed out, I was in a coma for 2 days. I had to wake up, it was two, I woke up Tuesday.
Okay. Other than having tubes in your body, did they do any other procedures on you?
They had emergency surgery for 3.5 hours, they had to cut me open. Pull out my
Objection at this
chest.
point, Your Honor, that this information would call for hearsay. This witness lacks personal knowledge, given he was unconscious, Judge.
Well, I can testify as to
What I did,
certain procedures that were performed. Certainly, he can testify as to what decisions he had as a result of the procedure.
So as to the incisions, I wouldn't argue, Judge. Obviously, he can testify to any physical things that he observes and has personal knowledge of, but my objection is that the knowledge that he underwent any particular surgery or, what happened while he's unconscious would be based on hearsay. It has to come from a doctor or someone telling him or him reading a record that we don't have here. So that's where my objection comes from.
Okay, and sir, actually, could you stand up for us, please? And you said that you had surgery?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have a scar on your, somewhere on your body?
Yeah, I'm still leaking.
Okay,
This one is still leaking out of here. It comes from here, here. And staff here, here, here.
and could you just turn and show the judge and point to what you just described?
I'm still leaking right here where they did the surgery, right now, 25 staples. And I still leak, I see my doctor regularly, everything else to the pain.
And what other, and what other things did you point to on your body?
Sadly, right here on the side where my chest line came out, they had to do the emergency surgery to take my chest line out, cut a piece of it off, and then sew it back together, and it's just back up.
Okay.
And then after the surgery, the 5 minute surgery, I called it, I died in 2 minutes. So I died right after that, so I had.
I'll object again, Your Honor, that information calling for hearsay essentially.
Okay, just you can have a seat. Okay, and did you have some injuries to your wrist?
Yes, my ribs got broken when I'm trying to revive me. And my rib, I fractured rib into my back. Where my back was laying in the back too, my whole back was fighting through it. So they're doing the question to bring it back.
Okay.
They say I was out for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Renewed
Now-
objection, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Sustaining.
Okay. So you were in hospital for 12 days. Did you have follow-up procedures or
Yes.
appointments after that?
Yes.
And do you still have follow-up procedures and appointments?
That's right.
All right, and when all this happened, did you have any weapons or knives in your hand?
Yeah. I'm on my hand.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. So the day before this happened, September 23rd, you said this was you had a birthday party for Ms. Carter, correct, your girlfriend?
Correct.
All right, lots of people over?
Yeah.
Okay, so any drinking, alcohol at the party?
And beer, stuff like that, you know.
Had you consumed any alcohol at the party?
I mean, I drank some beer.
Okay, do you remember how much?
No, I was the host of the party, so I just made sure everything ran smooth. I was drinking moderately, be sociable, but I wasn't drinking heavily or nothing like that, because I was hosting it for her and the birthday people, so. That was just me, I was just hosting the party, making sure everybody was doing everything else, but no, I wasn't positive like that.
How long was the party, or how long were people over there for the party?
It started like about 5 or 6, so it was people in and out, coming in, and the family was coming from out of town, so it was a lot of people.
So it started around maybe 5 p.m. on the 23rd?
I say around 5 when people started coming in and things like that.
And it sounds like maybe the party died down later at night on the 23rd or even into the early morning hours of the 24th?
I mean, when everybody started going home, it was like I said, it was a little after 1:30. Everything, we shut everything down, everybody was gone. So she was already laying down. I mean, I thought a lot of doors, security premises. Yeah, I don't know how you got it.
So, sounds like you said you were drinking moderately throughout the evening?
No, not like that, no. I was, like I said, I was the host of the party, we served the food, everybody was being cordial, it was playing spades and things like that, so. It wasn't no heavy drinking or nothing like that, and everybody was doing all that, it was beers.
Do you recall how many beers you had?
Maybe through the whole course of the hour, maybe about 12 ounces or something. But like I said, I was entertaining people and playing the music and everything like that. So we was playing spades and then up playing, not a regular party. It was children.
Okay, it sounds like answers to the next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there any marijuana that was consumed at the party, specifically by you?
Yeah, everybody, it was recreational, so yeah, everybody smoked marijuana.
Okay, so, and you had consumed marijuana that evening as well? All right, do you recall how much you had consumed?
No, it wasn't like that. I don't know. I mean, I smoke joints, so I don't do joints. So I take a little bit, I'm not low power. So I just puff joints and put them out. So it wasn't like that. They don't take much. I was low power. So I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't high.
Said he had some joints. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Robinson, have you consumed any other drugs or narcotics, prescription or otherwise that evening? No. Now, you had actually gone to sleep also before you say all this happened early morning hours of the 24th. Is that right?
I was laying down and I hadn't even taken off my clothes yet. So I was, when she lay down, I was laid down, I was gonna get up. I said a little bit later, give me something to eat. I just ended up laying down and I was falling asleep.
You said you did end up falling asleep?
I ended up falling asleep.
So you got awoken by something, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so you say you got awoken, with the light was off in the bedroom, right?
Light was off in the bedroom, the light was on in the hall.
Okay, so you are awoken to see, okay, in the doorway.
In the door, right in the doorway.
All right, and your first reaction is to jump up out of bed.
I jumped up, who was you?
Okay, and his exclamation, you said, was, "That's my wife," right?
That's my wife.
Now, he seems upset.
No, he just said, that's my wife, it was calm.
Did he yell?
No, he didn't yell.
So just in a calm tone of voice said, "That's my wife."
That's my wife. I got out the bed over her, and once I said, "What you say?" And he said, "That's my wife." He said it twice. When I got up on him, that's when the knife came.
Okay, so let me be clear here. You see him standing in the doorway with the hall light behind him, right?
Yeah.
All right. He makes the comment about, "That's my wife," and you're getting up out of bed and going towards him, right? And you meet him at the doorway.
Face to face.
All right, and he has not come into the bedroom at that point.
He's in the doorway.
But I'm saying he had not like moved in towards the bed. He stood in the doorway, right?
Stood in the doorway.
So, and you approached him.
Yes.
Now you're saying you didn't see the knives until you were right up on him.
Right up on him. So like I was right up on him, that's when the knife just came swinging.
So, and to be clear, when you say right up on him, you're saying you're like face to face with him, nose to nose?
As soon as I got close to him, not face to face, as soon as I got close to him, that's when the knife came out. So as the knife
How
came
close
out.
did you get? You can point to something in this court.
About, after I finished the chair right here, I got a, this much, he's on the wall, I got it right here on him, that's when the knife came. I said right here to there. So as soon as the knife came, I seen the other knife, grabbed his arm, and the knife he was doing this already, he was already swinging at me, slicing.
So you're him, where were you standing?
As I'm walking in, I say this panel right here.
That panel there?
Yeah,
So
right
it's like
there.
about 2.5, 3
2.5
feet.
inches, as soon as I got right here, that's when they came. I seen the other knife too. I grabbed that one and he was already swinging like this. So he had two knives in his hand, and the thing curved.
You can have your, it's like 2.5 to 3 feet.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Robinson, as you're approaching him, I mean, you're not happy with this situation, right?
I didn't know who he was.
But you could tell it was a man, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and not a man you were expecting. Not a man you were expecting, right?
No.
So you were probably scared, right?
No.
Were you were angry?
I was just alert. It was just an instant. I jumped up instantly because I didn't know what was going on. So I just came in defensive just to come up. I was going to go at him. I didn't know I could see the knife. I didn't know who was.
So you're on, I mean, you see this strange guy, you're on high alert, right?
Sir.
You jumped out of bed immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
You rushed over to him, right?
Sir.
Ran right up to him.
I ain't ran up to him.
Okay. But you went quickly.
I went quickly up towards him, and that's when they came.
Now, did you grab him? Did you, I mean, you said you were going for him, right? Like probably to grab him, hit him something, right?
I was going to get him.
Okay.
At the same time, pick up the knife, he had another knife right in the other hand. All I could do was grab his left hand with my right hand, and the knife he had, it was like a hook here and a thing. So he was doing this the whole time. So as he's slicing me, he's looking. I'm trying to grab it, I can't grab it, I'm holding this. So as he hit me, I'm breaking down because like this, he got me in my lung, my breath started going out, I was on one knee.
So let me ask, when you went towards him, did you reach out your arms to grab him? Did you cock back your hand to hit him? I mean,
No, I was just walking straight up on him, and I'll have my hand really balled up to come at him. And then the knife just came out of nowhere.
as you were walking towards him quickly, I mean, were his hands at his sides? Were they behind his back? Were they?
He had a knife here. I didn't see nothing, so he had to have his arm down or something like this. When I got up on him, that's when it came out like this. So he was already ready. I didn't see the knife, but I got up within 2 or 3 feet coming into him. And he was already slicing. He was slicing before I even got up on him.
Now, you said you never seen a knife like the one you described with the 2 blades before.
I never seen a knife with a hook here and a hook there.
Did this look like something that was homemade or manufactured or what?
I don't know, it looked like it was homemade or something, because I never seen it. It had like a curved blade this way, curved blade that way. So as he sliced it, the blade that he had curved was the one he was cutting me with, my defensive one. The other hook part is where he cooked me at. He was doing this, I'm breaking down, he was cooking. So he cooked me in my stomach 2 times, and then in my back, and then one of my arms. And then my rib. So as he sliced, my hand has got had a million defensive moves in my hand. So if he's doing this, I'm trying to defend and try to grab him. As I'm trying to grab, he's cooking. Every time he slice, hook. So we had the blade this way, the blade that way.
You spoke to officers on the 26th of September about this case, is that true?
I was in the hospital, I didn't talk, an officer came in, and I didn't say, I know he talked to a team, but I didn't say, I don't know if it's to no officer. I was, like I said, still in trauma. I didn't wake up till the Tuesday after surgery, 26th. That's when I woke up and came out the home.
So you don't recall speaking to a police officer about this case on September 26th? All right. And you don't recall telling an officer when you're describing these knives that they were just silver kitchen knives?
I didn't say no silver kitchen, no.
Okay, so if a police officer says they talked to you and that's what you said.
The officer talked to me, and the officer came to the room when I think when I woke up, but I was still sedated, and I passed back out. My family was there, so I never talked to no officer. I don't ever talk to any officer. One no kitchen knife.
So now you struggled in the doorway, right?
Yes.
And now eventually you ended up towards the front door or an exit of this apartment, right?
No, I'm in the same room. In the same room, we was in the door when I broke down on my knees. Her grandson comes from behind him. And I said, I can't get that's the man. He grabbed him and I fell back over. I was in the bedroom on the floor. I never left the bedroom.
So
that's what they picked me up in ambulance and everything.
as far as you know, Ms. Carter's grandson was able to grab Mr. Smith and get him out?
That's all I seen him. When I seen him came from behind him, I had to yell for him to grab him. He just grabbed him, and that's all I knew. I fell over, and I was out.
Okay, before you lost consciousness, you never saw Mr. Smith physically in the bedroom, like next to the bed or next to Miss Carter, right?
I didn't see anything. All I remember was in the door. He was in the door and I fell over. And that's all. Once I fell over, I know Miss Carter came over to cover me, to make all, stay all right. That's all I remember. I was out.
Okay, but again, from your recollection, Mr. Smith didn't make it into the bedroom next to the bed, anything like that, right?
I don't remember seeing none of that. All I remember was in the door. I don't know what happened after that. My grandson grabbed him. I fell out. That was it. I was out.
Was any kind of a wooden rod or a closet rod or a stick at any point involved in this altercation between you and Mr. Smith?
No, I didn't have, it was nothing. It was him and the knife. That was it. I don't know about no rod or no anything. It was him coming in the room with the rod, with the knife, and me walking up to him with my bare.
So you know nothing about a broken stick with blood all over it that was found at the scene?
When I woke up, it was 2 days later.
Fair enough. And again, you said prior to September 24th, early morning, you had never seen Major Smith before, right? I'm sorry, Your Honor. And it was dark in the bedroom throughout this entire incident?
One dark where the light in the hallway, I could see his face right there. He didn't come all the way in the bedroom, because maybe he didn't see what it was. The room was dark, but it wasn't all the way dark, so I could see him. I could see him.
Can I just have a quick second, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for your time. I appreciate it.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly. First of all, I think that this witness made the identification of the defendant, but I don't know that I put on the record to ask the court to please let the record reflect that the witness did identify the defendant.
And I would object to that in-court identification as lacking sufficient foundation of personal knowledge, given the complete lack of ability, or excuse me, complete lack of personal knowledge by this witness prior to this incident, and the circumstances of the interaction in which he's being asked to have made an identification, being
Let's try this.
an assault.
Sir, you came in contact with the person who attacked you with these knives, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at him?
Yes, sir.
About how long of a look at him did you get?
For at least over a minute and a half, at least, he's in my face. I'm face to face with him.
And you came within 2.5 to 3 feet of him, is that right?
Actually, we was on each other. By the time we started doing the knives, it was like within that 2 or 3 feet, I grabbed his arm, and the other hand, like this, so he's in my face.
Can you identify that person?
That man right there.
All right, record should reflect witnesses identified the defendant in this case, Major Smith.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so I just want to clarify one thing. So you indicated that you were being stabbed over your body, you had defensive wounds on your hand. So you also indicated on her questioning that your someone else came, the grandson, I believe, and he stopped the attack. He grabbed him. So when he grabbed him, is that what stopped the attack on you with the knife?
Yeah, I stopped the attack, and then I fell over.
Okay.
And then once I fell over, I was out.
Okay.
Cause like I said, I couldn't breathe.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step. Any other witnesses on behalf?
Yes, Judge. At this time, if you can call Ms. Latifah Carter.
Do you have her name? And please step forward, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to you. Voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone that's to your left. Okay? Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record.
Tina Carter.
All right, Ms. Carter, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? You just have to say, oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Carter, I want to bring your attention back to the date of September 24th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay. And so what was happening that day?
On the 24th,
Yes.
that morning. Okay, so I had a party that 23rd was my birthday. So like around about 1:30, almost 2 o'clock that morning, Ms. Smith entered my house.
Okay, let me actually stop you right there. We're gonna back up just a little bit. So you had a birthday party the day before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that party at your house?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was your house located?
5271 Drexel Street.
Okay, and is that house, apartment?
It's a 2-family flat.
Okay. And who's at the party? Not everybody, but just.
Oh, wow. My sister, my cousin, my brother. My other friends, Miss B, Miss B's husband, Jerry.
Anyone else?
Daniel.
Okay, and what's Daniel's last name?
Robinson.
What's your relationship with Daniel Robinson?
That's my boyfriend.
Okay, and how long have you been in your relationship with him for?
About 14 months.
14 months? All right, so party ends, what happens after that?
So partying, I woke up to Mr. Smith in my room. And my boyfriend was being attacked.
Okay, well, let me stop right there for a second. First of all, can you give me the address of your home?
5271 Drexel Street.
Okay. So after the party, where do you go?
Okay, we locked up the house and we went into the bedroom.
Okay, and you and
Mr. James Robinson.
And did you go to sleep?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so did anything wake you up other than you waking up yourself?
Yeah, I woke up to Mr. Smith being in my bedroom.
Okay, so when you say Mr. Smith, what is Mr. Smith's first name?
Major.
How do you know Major Smith?
We were in a relationship.
Okay, how long were you in a relationship for?
7 years.
When did that relationship end?
2020.
2020.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you, before this day, when was the last time you had any contact with Major Smith?
Major Smith came to my church November 2022.
Okay, he came to your church. Did he come to the church with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you happy to see him or were you not happy?
No, I was surprised to see him. I don't know why he was at my church.
Okay. So since that time, you had not had any contact with him?
No.
Okay. And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He has green.
Okay. And where is he today?
Next to the gentleman next to you.
Thank you. Your Honor, please, in this record, this witness has identified the defendant, Major Smith.
So no.
Thank you. All right. So when you see Major Smith, what is he doing?
He's like down on his knees. He's stabbing.
Okay. Can you see where he's stabbing him?
He's stabbing him like this, one towards his torso.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything?
That's when I got up because I was in the bed and I seen her. I got up and I seen her. And I went down to grab Daniel. try to intervene or whatever. Got hit in the back of my head right here and cut on my arm.
What did you get hit with?
The knife.
Okay, who had the knife at that time?
Mr. Major Smith.
Okay. So he hit you with the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just one time?
Twice.
Okay. Where did you get hit with the knife?
Got hit here.
Okay, and so what are you pointing to right there?
My underarm.
Okay, and is that a scar that you?
Yes, that's a scar from where I got cut.
Could you please turn to the judge and show the judge?
Okay, so under the left arm, there appears to be about 8-inch heel scar going from the elbow up to the muscle.
And I got hit back here.
Okay.
Did that leave a scar as well?
Yes, it's a scar.
Let me see. Appears to be like a dark blue mark behind the left ear.
So what were you doing at that time?
I went to Mr. Daniel Robinson's aid to try to help him.
How did you try to help him?
I went down down where he was at. Mr. Smith finally, my grandson came and got Mr. Smith off the game.
Okay. What happened after that? After Mr. Smith got off Mr. Robinson?
Okay, so when we was down on the floor, me and him, and he said, call my mom. And I called his mom and I called 911.
Okay. And did the emergency services arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened at that time?
At that time, they looked at Mr. Robinson first. Cause I was standing and I didn't know that I was bruised that bad behind my ear. But they looked at him first and then so they put him in like a truck to carry him out of the house. And so they was carrying him out the house when they took attention to me to see what was going on with me.
Okay, so you received medical attention at
Yes,
that
I
time as
did.
well?
Yes, I did.
By the time anybody arrived there, was Major Smith still at the house?
No, he was escorted out of my house from my grandson.
Okay, so he had left. Okay,
Yes.
so did anything else happen that night involving Mr. Smith?
Yes, he called.
Mr. Smith called you that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you answer the phone?
Yes, I did. Because I didn't recognize the number.
Okay.
It wasn't his number.
Okay. If you didn't recognize the number, how did you know that it was him?
I heard his voice.
Okay, and what did Major Smith say to you?
He said he's gonna come back and.
The basis for my objection, Your Honor, is a lack of notice of the 404B. If this is intended as some other bad act, I've received no notice.
It doesn't sound like bad act, it sounds like it's part of this action.
What did Major Smith say to you?
He said he's gonna come back and finish the job.
Okay, and what did that mean to you?
He meant that he's gonna come back and kill me.
Okay. Did he say anything else to you?
I hung up the phone.
Okay. Did you have any other contact with Major Smith?
After he said he's gonna come back and finish the job?
Yes.
Well, I think it's like 2 days after I left the hospital, Major Smith was in my house.
He was in your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you at home?
I was going to my house, but my neighbor called my brother and said that he was back at my house. So we didn't go to the house.
I'm going to object as to that statement calling for hearsay. I'm going to make a general objection at this point to testimony about this as being irrelevant to the charges that we have before us today.
Well, no, it may go as to continue. I'll take it for that in the purpose and for the reason that she did not go back to that house. I'll take it for that.
So when you received information about Major Smith, you didn't go back to your house?
No, but when we was passing my house, we sent the police. Cause he had been to my house prior to me trying to come home. My neighbor was scared. She called the police.
Oh.
So they was already in the area.
All right, so this was all after the incident happened on the 24th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I know that you already stated that your relationship had been over and that you hadn't had any contact since November 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but I just have to put on the record, did you give Major Smith any permission in any way, shape, or form that he could come to your house and
No,
come in
ma'am.
your house?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your question.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Carter, this party that you had, it started about 5 p.m. on the 23rd of September, is that about right?
About around that time.
Okay. And this was a birthday party for you, right?
And my sister were born the same day.
There was some alcohol that was served and consumed at the party?
Yes.
And some marijuana as well?
Yes.
Any other narcotics or drugs that you were
No.
aware of? All right. Did you consume any alcohol the evening of the 23rd?
I don't drink.
Had you consumed any marijuana on the 23rd?
Yes, I have.
All right. So had you smoked or eaten any edibles, they call them?
I smoked
Would that have been the evening of the 23rd?
at my birthday.
And the party finished up pretty late, going into the early morning hours of the 24th, is that right?
Yes.
All right, had you consumed any marijuana after midnight and into the
No.
24th?
No.
Do you recall the last time that you smoked on the 23rd?
No, I don't.
Do you recall
I was
approximately?
having a party. I don't remember.
Sure. Do you recall approximately how much marijuana you may have smoked that evening?
I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 months.
Is it fair to say you were at least feeling the effects of the marijuana
Oh,
somewhat?
yes.
We're not gonna have that, sir. You're gonna have to control yourself, okay? Now, I had just about enough of you. I don't wanna see or hear anything else from you. You got it? How am I hearing things? Am I hearing things from you? It's not open for debate. You be quiet.
So, Ms. Carter, you said you were feeling the effects of the marijuana?
Yes.
Okay, were you feeling high?
I was feeling the effects of the marijuana. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, yes.
was that in any way impacting your ability to make observations or recall what happened that evening?
No.
Had Major Smith ever been over to this house on Drexel before?
Never.
So you went to sleep 1:30 or 2 in the morning on the 24th, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you actually were woken up by this disturbance involving
Yes.
Mr. Smith. And it's your testimony that the way you received your injuries is because you went to the aid of Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Do you remember telling police on the 25th of September of last year that you were actually assaulted in your sleep?
Yes, I believe that when I woke up, I was probably ill or something. I don't know. That's how I woke up and seen him attacking me.
But when you woke up, Mr. Smith was not right next to you, right?
No, he was attacking Mr. Daniel Robinson.
Which was in the bedroom away from the bed, correct?
About 1 feet.
So is it fair to say you're not sure whether you were attacked in your sleep or whether you received the injury you had from when you went to assist Mr. Robinson?
Could you repeat that?
Sure, I guess I'm just trying to clarify. Do you know whether you were struck in your sleep or not?
No, I was woke. I asked Mr. Robinson, why was he doing this? He said, because I choked him.
Let's talk about now we talked about Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Right. Mr. Smith, now his demeanor, he looks upset as this is happening. That's fair
He
to
looked
say?
cold.
You said
It
it
was
looked,
like he had a cold look in his face. He was looking cold. He didn't look upset. He was cold.
didn't look angry? Was he yelling?
No, he was like, no, he didn't yell.
Do you recall hearing Mr. Smith say, "That's my wife"?
No, I didn't.
Now, was the light on in the bedroom as this was happening, or was it off?
It was dark.
Was there any light source
On
at all?
TV.
Television was in the bedroom
Yes, television.
and it was on?
Yes.
Any other sources of light that helped you see what was going on?
Just the TV. Now, it was dark in there. There was TV light on. I seen the TV light. And I seen Mr. Smith.
So again, when you wake up, you see Mr. Smith over Mr. Robinson. Was Mr. Smith standing over Mr.
Yes, he
Robinson?
was.
And Mr. Robinson was on his knees?
Yes.
Now, you don't know what, if anything, happened between Mr. Robinson and Mr. Smith prior to you waking up, right? I mean,
I don't understand what you're asking.
so when you woke up, that's the first observation you make of this interaction between Mr. Smith and Mr. Robinson, right?
No, he was attacking him. Yes.
Right, I guess my point is, you don't know what might have happened prior to you waking up, right? In terms of what Mr. Robinson might have done or what Mr. Smith might have done.
No, I was sleeping when he first came in the room.
Were you able to get a look at what Mr. Smith had in his hands? I'll say what, if anything, he had in his hands.
I seen something shining.
Could you tell what they were for sure?
Because it was sticking. So I didn't really see the actual light. I seen something shining going towards Mr. Robinson towards him.
Did you see something in one hand, both hands?
Just the one hand that was moving.
So you only ever saw one shiny object in Mr. Smith's hand?
He had his hand on his other hand and he was, this hand, the other hand was moving. I don't know which, let me see. I think it was the left hand that was moving.
But again, as far as you saw, you didn't see two objects or weapons or anything?
No.
So your grandson then comes and breaks up this fight, is that right?
It wasn't really a fight. He was attacking, Mr. Robinson, so he just got him off of Mr. Robinson.
All right, and then did you follow out your grandson as he escorted, as you said, Mr. Smith out of the house?
I followed him so far, then I had to get back to Mr. Robinson because he was on the floor. I wanted to make sure that he was getting out the house.
So you actually saw Mr. Smith leave the house?
No, I seen him when he took him out the room. I followed him so far and I went back to the room to Mr. Robinson.
When you followed him out of the bedroom, were you able to get any clearer look at what Mr. Smith might have had in his hands?
I wasn't looking at that. He was to my back. I mean, he was his back to me when he was escorting him.
And as far as you saw, Mr. Smith did not make any attempts to attack or hurt your grandson, right?
My grandson kind of tall and big. I know, he didn't try to attack him.
And from your perspective, again, I know you don't know what's going on in Mr. Smith's head at this point, but when you went to help Mr. Robinson, was it your impression that Mr. Smith was trying to hit you? Or do you feel that you were struck because you had gotten in the way of Mr. Smith striking Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Robinson was in the way of Mr. Smith killing me. He said he wanted to kill me.
When did he say that?
He called me numerous of times and told me he was going to kill me.
So what I'm asking about is he didn't say that on September 24th though, right?
September 24th, he told me, this is what I told you I was going to do. He said, I told you I was going to do this.
So again, I guess my question is, and maybe you answered already, you feel like Mr. Smith was attempting to strike you when you were struck in the arm and the ear?
I feel like I was the target. Mr. Robinson was in the way.
Now you said the last contact was November 2022, right?
Yes.
All right. In your interaction with Mr. Smith, either that night or prior or throughout your relationship with Mr. Smith, had you noticed any kind of mental health issues, mental illness, struggles, anything like that?
I noticed that he liked to use crack cocaine and drink, and then he go into a rage when he don't have it.
Anything other than that related to
No.
addiction? Never reported anything to you about hearing voices?
No.
So you said throughout this entire thing, including once your grandson gets Mr. Smith off of Mr. Robinson, Mr. Smith is just calm, doesn't seem upset, not yelling, nothing like that?
Just cold. I didn't say calm.
So did he seem agitated or upset in any way? I mean, how
He
would
just
you?
had this mean look on his face, like he was doing what he wanted to do. He didn't yell. He just was doing what he wanted to do.
Had you had any discussions with Mr. Smith prior to this incident about your relationship ending or about seeing other people, anything like that?
Mr. Smith said he's going to take my happiness away.
Was that in relationship to a discussion about you being in another relationship?
Oh, he always had something to say about me being in a relationship when I was with him. I was supposed to be in a relationship. So he always felt like I was doing something.
By that, you mean he was worried about you being unfaithful or something?
Yes.
If I can just have a quick moment. Ma'am, did you, after all of this happened, let me ask, was there at any point a stick or a rod, like a closet rod that might have like hangers on it? A broken stick with blood on it? Do you remember seeing anything like that?
No.
Was anything like that involved as far as you saw it in this assault?
Where's it supposed to be? Where's it was located?
Well, I'm just asking.
I'm gonna object to this. She answered the question. She said she doesn't know, so I don't think there's anything else to add.
I was just gonna ask if there was anything like that, if you saw involved in this altercation. Anything like a broken stick, closet rod, did you see anything like that? No, thank you. That's all.
All right. Can you read right? Ma'am, were you ever married to the defendant?
Never married.
Did the defendant ever live at that location at 5271 Hudson?
Never lived there. I never told him where I lived at.
Any questions based on my question?
Thank you, Jeff.
You may sit down. Any other witnesses for any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to bind over a charge. I would also move to amend the information to include a count of assault with intent to murder. That being for Daniel Robinson. Judge, I think the testimony was clear. They were, Ms. Katina Carter, she was never married to the defendant. She never gave him permission to come to her house. To her knowledge, he didn't even know where she lived. There was a party. He wasn't there at the party. Later that night, he shows up at her house. That's when he attacked Mr. Robinson. There was no discussion. There was no issue. He came armed with 2 knives and attacked Mr. Robinson, and he kept attacking him. I would ask that the court take notice of the testimony by Mr. Robinson of where he received these wounds. Most of the wounds were received in his midsection, where there are vital organs. He said he was cut, he could see his intestines. He said there were injuries to his intestines. He should have said that there were injuries to his lungs. This court could see that he had a looked to appear to be a surgical scar on his stomach. He also had about a 3-inch long cut on his head. So not only was he stabbed multiple times in his abdomen area, he was also stabbed on the front of his head. What else is someone trying to do when they're not in a fight? He came there with the intent to hurt someone. Whether he came to hurt Ms. Carter and or Ms. Robinson, we don't know what exactly in his head, but we can infer from his actions and what he has said that he came to, it appears he came to kill both of them. But what we can see is what he did to Mr. Robinson. Also, important here is Ms. Carter's testimony that number one, she didn't give him permission to come to the house, come in the house. She stated that he had threatened to kill her before. She stated that he told her that he was going to do this. After this is over, after he left, he called her and said, I'm going to come back and finish the job. What job was he trying to do? He came in and stabbed Mr. Robinson and he stabbed Ms. Carter. And so, Your Honor, based on that, I'm asking that the charge be added.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the addition of the assault with intent to murder. On the one hand, until today, I had no notice that that is something that people were planning to do.
You would acknowledge, however, that they can move to amend the information at any time.
Yes, Your Honor. My primary objection is.
You had an opportunity to cross-examine them that you were told before the exam that they may be looking to add that charge, right?
I was, Your Honor. My primary objection here is related to the issue of Mr. Smith's mental and emotional state at the time this happened. As the court is aware, there is a jury instruction as it relates to assault with intent to murder. When there is a mitigating factor evidence.
I don't have any evidence that you could have any kind of mental issue.
I don't mean specifically necessarily mental illness, Your Honor, although that is something that the court is allowed to consider. It is the issue of whether he acted under an emotional excitement that would make this not murder had Mr. Robinson died. That's the issue here of it can only be assault with intent to murder if the underlying.
Tell me why this wouldn't be a question of fact to determine about trial, given that I've had no evidence, no testimony whatsoever about his mental and emotional state. The only thing I've heard is that he wasn't yelling and that he was doing what it appeared he intended to do.
So the reason I would argue, Your Honor, that this would apply in this case is because of the statement by Mr. Robinson that Mr. Smith, first thing Mr. Smith says is, that's my wife, and reiterated that again. And this is which I understand they weren't married, but this is a situation, clearly they had a prior relationship.
So they hadn't been in a relationship since the year 2000.
I understand that, Your Honor. What I'm saying is that this is a situation, this is, I'll say, somewhat the classical situation. I understand they're not currently married, but of a person who.
Or were they ever?
I understand, but they were in a relationship, Your Honor. I'm saying this is a situation where an individual essentially catches someone in the act, although I understand it's not an apples to apples comparison, but this is a scenario.
It wasn't even his house. Broke into her house that she didn't give him any permission to go to or come to, nor had she ever invited him to that house. That's the facts, as I understand.
So I understand the court's
So
position.
that's a little different than if I'm married and I come home to my home and I see my wife in bed with another person. That's a little different. Versus my ex-girlfriend who's moved away, I find her and I break in her house and I see her with another guy, and I hadn't been with my ex-girlfriend for years. And now I'm under such emotional statement because I see my ex-girlfriend with another guy that gives me some leeway to do these horrible things that were done to this man.
All I'm saying is that it creates a situation that a reasonable person might not be acting with rational judgment. I'm not saying it's identical to that husband catching his wife cheating, but it is a scenario in which a person might not be operating with rational judgment, which would be required for that murder conviction. The last thing I'll say though, Judge, is what the testimony, uncontroverted apparently, is that it's Mr. Robinson actually who charges at
So you don't get to claim self-defense after you break into the house. You don't get to claim self-defense then.
Right, he's not lawfully in the house, Judge. I'm not arguing that, however, this is, again, as a mitigating factor as it relates to assault with intent to murder. The testimony is that Mr. Smith only.
I don't think it's mitigating at all. But after hearing the testimony of the witnesses that testified and satisfied the verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in complaint one, the court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for this defendant. In addition to the added count of assault, the court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The binder then over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division status. His arraignment on the information date and time will be January 17, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. Following be continued.
Judge, can I just ask, has a DSU been ordered or received by the court?
You can ask circuit court for it.
All right, thank you.
My God.
See you in a week.
Y'all talking.
You want me to bear it now? Remember, you want to call.
Again? Because I talked to the county already.
That's when you was on the record.
Just now?
A few minutes ago.
No. No, how you doing? Yeah, I'm sorry. I said, Robinson told you 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to text you, let you know.
Oh, I cannot ignore it. I have no reason.
I have Ms. Marin. Do you have witnesses for Ms. Marin? Thanks.
I'm not sure, I'll check, that's actually,
That's a CSC.
Yes, they do, and I think it's only gonna be one with.
Okay, give me a minute, I'll be right back.
Yeah, there is one.
Which one is it? Underwood was adjourned. Oh. They're carried. Oh, that's. Yes. That's Christian Kelly's.
yes. Is the court contacting her? She ever show up on the one? Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see her on the third?
I didn't.
With Christian Kelly, right?
Yeah.
With the
No, I'm.
Christian Kelly, defense.
I'm Hannah Bear.
Oh, Hannah Bear. Did you have to see her?
Oh, oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Is he up?
Yeah. Want to talk to him?
Yeah. Thanks.
Yo.
I see.
Second, I'll read. B is in Victor, A is in R.I.E. Okay.
I've gotten
Yes.
Take a break for the paper. Yeah. And what is your name?
Kirsten, K-I-R-S-T and L-E-K-E-L-L-Y-N.
Christian, K-R-I-S-T-E.
Yes.
Can
Can I use my phone in here?
Why?
Just why? If I just look at my phone in here, is that okay?
Could you look at your
Yeah,
phone?
just don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, you can look
Okay,
at
okay,
it,
okay,
yeah.
okay. I'm sorry, what?
Huh?
Oh, Jesus help. I need this hot in here today, honey. Madam Prosecutor,
Yeah,
is it gonna be one or two witnesses?
one,
Okay, is the mother able to come in here or no?
no,
Okay, I just wanted to confirm.
yeah, the brothers should be fine, but mom was first told, so.
Okay, just want to confirm. Well, because he's in lockup, I'm or Mr. OIC, if you don't mind, they're a little warm in that room. Can you tell them they can have a seat in the hallway? Okay, cause I gotta watch him, watch her while she's with the prison. They were saying that room is a little warm. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I copy this?
Yeah.
Copy it myself. You don't have to. Oh, it's busy.
Yes, I understand.
Trying to let everybody have notice on bringing copies.
I will start doing that.
Thank you.
Yes, and I will share it with all that I know.
Perfect.
You got your staples out?
Yep.
How you feeling today?
I'm tired.
I didn't have the salad, but I'm actually feeling pretty good. I said I ate half of my salad, but I'm actually feeling pretty good.
I made an egg sandwich this morning, right, just in case we were feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm full too.
But I don't like bringing salads because they sit.
They what?
They sit and they get warm.
So you should just tell me I can put it in the refrigerator.
Sometimes I usually eat my meals when I go home, but I was hungry today.
Yeah.
And here you go. Appreciate it. Thank you. This is really a busy course. So.
Yes, it is. So he's vaccinated. No, she's sorry. Okay. He's. Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Put your bag somewhere where you can see it. But you got all kind of sharps and contraband that become a weapon back there. You gotta be careful.
She didn't do it. She didn't do it. I did. Next time.
center.
Am I right?
No, there's no.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. That's, it's gotta be your chief.
Yes.
So you can eliminate.
Up there, up there.
Valerie. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, 3 years, 3 years this year.
Oh, my child.
Nobody.
Okay, so if I say, yes. But I will say. Okay. Because you're young, it's all. Yes. Are you? Well,
it's been this, I think you more of it. There's so much that I haven't seen. Absolutely. I heard this I have.
Do you need any exhibits more?
No.
How you doing after the meeting? You all right? Yeah.
Yeah, range.
That was, he had supposedly had a big setup for MSP. So that, and it was something that looked-
Yeah.
So, in the back was- They switched shifts and did.
Show up.
Yeah, they still made it because they were part of the wedding party, so. they couldn't- they didn't wait till they did it.
Did you do Central Comfort too?
Yes, so we had.
They showed that we pay things in line. You know what, it's probably a little.
Exactly. That's my grandson.
Here.
See, right there.
Good, not here. Yes.
Sorry about that, folks.
That's okay.
Thanks.
ready for Mr. Perry.
Everyone next to your time.
Jerry McCrary, calling case 2360579, people of the state of Michigan versus Jerry Leon McCrary. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, third-degree multiple variance.
Good afternoon, first day calling back the people, P8395.
Good afternoon, Judge Hannah Barron from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P85265, representing Mr. McCleary. Mr. McCleary, please say your name.
Jerry Leon McCrary. There's daytime set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
How many witnesses will there be?
One witness, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have preliminary matters you'd like to address before we call the witness?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I do know the people would agree to a mutual sequestration order that excluding the OSC on this case, Kenneth salary, but the complainant's brothers do want to come in. They will not be witnesses at further hearing.
Okay.
And that's fine, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off. That being said, call the witness.
The people called Chanel Hudson.
Right hand. And please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that will be to your left, okay?
Okay.
And you can be ready.
Thank you. Ms. Hudson, could you please state your name one more time for the record? Chanel Hudson. Thank you. And Ms. Hudson, I'm going to take you back to June 8th of 2023, okay? Okay. Do you remember that day, what you were doing in the beginning of that day or after that day? Yeah. What were you doing?
I woke up and I had texted my best friend and asked him to come over, so he came over and we were sitting on the porch with my mom drinking. And she had, Janisha had texted me and told me that she was at work and she wanted to see me when she got off work.
Yeah, I'm gonna break it up a little bit. So you said you woke up and texted your best friend.
Yes.
Who is that?
Tavion.
And what's Tavion's last name?
Stewart.
And then you said you were on the porch drinking with him and your mom, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you were drinking?
Yes.
What was that?
Vodafone.
And what type of alcohol is that?
Tequila.
And then you said something about Janisha.
Yes.
What happened with Janisha?
She texted me and said that she wanted to see me when she
What
got
did
off work.
Sorry.
Suspend.
When you heard from Janisha, did you end up making plans with her?
Yes.
What were those plans?
To DoorDash.
Okay. Did that end up happening?
Yes.
How did that come about?
She came and got me from home when she got bored. She met my mom and we left and started the election.
And at that point, who was Janisha to you?
She was someone I was talking to at the time.
And was your friend Tavion still over at that point?
Yes.
What happened when you were with Janisha?
We just got in the car and started DoorDashing. Me and Tavion was drinking. She wasn't drinking because she was driving. Then she got some off and that's what we cut it to.
Okay. Where did she drop Tavion off?
At home.
And then where did you and Janisha go next?
We went to her house. After we dropped him off, we went to her house.
And do you remember where her house is?
I forgot, I think it's, Lakeview.
Okay, do you know what city that's in?
Detroit.
And it's Detroit in Wayne County.
Yes.
And once you got to that house on White Hill, what happened next?
We sat down on the couch, and we were listening to music and drinking.
Okay. Were you drinking the same thing that you were drinking before or something different?
Something different.
What were you drinking at this point?
Malala.
And what type of alcohol is that?
It's also tequila.
And how much tequila do you think you had drank that day?
It was a lot. I had about 4 bottles.
Oh. And by bottles, what size bottles do you use?
3 of them was pints and the last one was a bit.
And what do you remember next about being at that house?
That's all I remember. After that, just sitting there drinking and listening to music.
So what's the next thing you remember after that?
After that, I remember waking up and me and Johnny Should had expressed.
Okay. And do you know roughly what time that was at all?
No,
Do you know if it was dark or light outside?
it was dark.
And did you feel intoxicated or sober at that point?
Still in trouble.
And at I guess, how were you clothed when you first woke up with Tanisha?
When I first woke up, I still had everything.
What is everything?
I had on a one-piece set and some underwear. I didn't have one.
Okay. Did that change after you woke up with Tanisha?
Yes.
What about your outfit changed?
When I woke up with Janisha, I took off my clothes, so I didn't have anything.
And
Before I went back to sleep, I had put on underwear.
okay. And what's the next thing you remember after going back to sleep?
Waking up the next morning to my probably.
Okay. So would you agree with me that the next morning would be June 9th, 2023?
Yes.
And how do you know it was morning?
Because it was right outside.
And you said waking up to him on top of it.
Yeah.
At that point, did you know that person's name?
No.
Had you ever seen that person before?
I've seen him before.
Where did you see him at before?
Johnny's house.
Did you see him there that night?
No, he was not there.
Okay. And can you describe to us what you mean by you woke up and he was on top of you?
Yeah, he was giving me oral sex, and he was climbing on top of me, and I pushed him up.
And by oral sex, what do you mean by that?
He had his mouth on my vagina area.
And was he using any specific part of his mouth?
Yes, his tongue.
Okay. And could you feel that on the outside of your lips or the inside of your lips?
Inside.
And were you awake when that started?
No.
What caused you to wake up?
I felt someone on top of me, and I woke up in my sleep.
And when you saw him, at first, did you recognize him?
Yes, I recognized his face. I've seen him before.
And could you tell what he was wearing?
I'm not sure because he ran out the room.
Okay. And what were you wearing?
When I woke up, I didn't have anything on.
Okay. And what's the next thing you remember happening?
Once he ran out the room, I woke Johnny up and I told her what happened, but she ran out the room and they was arguing. And she came back in the room and I asked her my underwear was at because I couldn't find them. And she left out the room and came back in, and she had my shoes and my underwear in her other hand, and she gave them to me. He had my underwear in the other hand with him.
Objection to speculation.
I can ask more questions as to how she might know that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. When you woke up and you didn't have the underwear on, when you first woke up, did you see it at all?
No.
Okay. And when that person ran out of the room, did you see them have anything?
No.
As Janisha was able to get that underwear Did you see how she got that underwear?
No, because when she left out her son's room where we was in, she closed the door behind her. So I didn't see anything, I just heard them going back and forth.
Did you ever put your underwear out of that bedroom?
No.
Did you see Janisha take your underwear out of that? Or that bedroom? So all you know is that she went outside of that room and came back with your underwear.
Yes, in my shoes.
And where were your shoes?
By the door, because I took them off the night before when we came in the house.
Okay. Did you leave your underwear at the front door with your shoes?
No.
Okay, so your underwear was somewhere else within the house, you just don't know it?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after Janisha brought your shoes and underwear back?
He was standing by the door behind her, and he suddenly fired. He was just and he was so sorry. And I didn't say anything to him. I just told her I was ready to go home. And she took him home. And that's when I called the police. Well, I told my mom what happened first, and then I called the police and made a report. And they came out to talk to me about it.
And when the police first came to talk to you about what had happened, did you know that person's name?
No.
Did you later learn that person's name?
Yes.
What is that person's name?
Jerry Curry.
Okay, and that person, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Objection to a lack of foundation.
You can ask how she found out.
How did you find out that person's name?
Janisha.
And do you see that person?
I just object to that testimony as being hearsay. She found out the person's name,
Those
she's a hearsay witness.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you state where he is seated in the clerk's shirt?
He's wearing a green shirt.
Okay, where is he seated? Your Honor, for the record, the witness is pointing to her right towards the defense table. Thank you. And may the record.
Identified the defendant, Jerry Leon.
Thank you. One moment. And lastly, did you consent to this man coming in and using his mouth on your genital area?
No.
If you were awake, would you have consented?
No.
Thank you. No further.
Cross-examine.
So, Ms. Hudson, you testified that your day started with drinking at your own house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you started drinking at your house?
I'm not sure, roughly around 6 or 5 p.m.
Okay. And you testified that you were drinking tequila at your house, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how much tequila you had at your house?
It was before she came and picked me up, it was like a bottle and a half.
Okay, a bottle and a half.
Yes.
Yourself, you drank a bottle and a half?
No, I was drinking with my best friend.
Okay, so how much did you personally drink at your house?
A lot.
Okay, would you say more than 3 shots?
Yes, it was more.
Okay, more than 5?
Probably like around 5 or 6.
Okay, and how long did that take place during that you were drinking at your house?
Like an hour and a half before we went to go get another bottle.
Okay, so you drank 5 or 6 shots in about an hour and a half at your house, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you testified that you met up with Janisha, is that right?
Yes.
And around what time did you meet up with Janisha?
Like around 6 or 7, I'm not sure. She came right after she got off work.
Okay, so very shortly after drinking at your house, is that right?
Yes.
And you went driving with Janisha, is that right?
Yes.
And you were drinking with Janisha in her car, is that right?
I was drinking with my best friend. Janisha wasn't drinking because she was driving.
Okay, so you did testify to that today that Janisha was not drinking, is that right?
Yes, she was drinking master, but not when she first came and got me, because she was driving and she was driving.
Okay, but you have given statements in this case before, is that right?
Yes.
You spoke with the detective in this case before, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke with him about how much you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
And you told him about driving around with Janisha, is that right?
Yeah.
And you told him that Janisha was drinking while she was driving, is that right?
No.
Okay, so you don't recall telling a detective that actually Janisha stopped driving because she started feeling too intoxicated to continue driving?
No.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And so you testified today that Janisha, she was someone you were talking to, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, how long were you talking with her for?
Like a month.
Okay, and you were also spending time with her, is that right?
Yes.
And you spent a lot of time in the week leading up to this incident with her, is that right?
No.
Okay, did you spend any time with her in the week leading up to this?
Yes, probably like 2 weeks before that.
Okay, so the last time you saw her before this June 8th incident was 2 weeks before this, is that right? Or 2 weeks before that, excuse me.
It was, pardon, yeah, it was a holiday. I forgot what holiday it was.
Okay, so about
It was Labor Day. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So about how many times have you met up with Janisha before that?
Like twice.
Okay, you only met with Janisha in person twice before this June 8th incident, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been to her house before, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you say you were talking with her, that was texting?
Yes, on the phone, pictures.
Okay. And when you say you were talking with her, is that as a romantic interest?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you talk with her about her relationship status at all?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware that she had a boyfriend, is that right?
No, she told me she didn't like me.
Okay, did she make you aware that she was living with the man?
No.
Okay, and so you testified that you had been to that house in the past, is that right?
Yes.
And you had no idea that Janisha lived with the man at the
No.
house? Okay, but you testified that you bumped into a man who you identified as Mr. McQuarrie at that house before, is that right?
Yes.
And when you saw him at that house in the past, you had no idea who he was to Janisha?
No.
And did you ever see him alone at the house or only with other people?
Only with other people.
Okay. And you never asked Janisha, who is this man who's at your house?
No.
Okay. And Janisha never informed you that she was living with him?
Never.
Okay. And at no point did you ever converse with him? Is that right?
No.
So you never had any form of conversation with him, is that
No.
right? And so you testified that the last time you had been to that house was about 2 weeks before this incident, is that right?
Yes.
And you were drinking at that house before, is that right?
No. Okay.
Okay, so you had never fallen asleep at that house before?
Yes, I have before.
Okay, and you've fallen asleep in Janisha's bedroom before, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you testified, and I'm gonna return to the June 8th incident. You testified that after driving around with Janisha, you went to Janisha's house, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was? Okay, so you said you started driving maybe around 6. About how much later did you go to Janisha's house?
Like probably 3.5 hours later.
Okay. And how much did you drink in the car, in Janisha's car?
Me and my best friend finished the whole bottle.
Okay, so how much did you personally drink?
Not sure.
Okay, again, would you say it was 3 shots?
It was more than 3.
5 or 6?
Probably more than that.
Okay, 7, 8. Maybe or 9?
Not sure. She always said she was not sure. The continued goes down, she always said she was
I'm just trying to get an estimate. It sounds like the witness is saying it might be more around 9. It sounds like she is giving a more accurate form of testimony, so I asked it. So you said it was maybe more like 9 or maybe more?
not sure.
Okay.
Okay, so it was more than 7, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in addition to the 5 or 6 at your house, is that right? Okay. And then when you arrived at Janisha's, you continued to drink, is that right?
Yes.
And how much did you drink at her house?
Not sure.
Okay, would you say it was more than 5 shots?
Yes.
Okay, would you say it was more than 8 shots?
Not sure.
Okay, you'd say more than 7?
Not sure.
Okay, so it was more than 6, is that right?
Yes.
And how long were you drinking for at Janisha's?
Honestly.
Okay, a few hours?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. And so safe to say that you were very intoxicated at Janisha's house, is that right?
Yes.
And Janisha appeared intoxicated as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you consume any drugs during this day at all?
No.
Or any marijuana?
No.
Okay. And at Janisha's house, at some point you went to Janisha's son's room, is that right?
Yes.
And you don't really remember going into that room, is that right?
No.
You actually just remember waking up in the room, is that right?
Yes.
Because you blacked out before you went in the room, is that right?
Yes.
So you don't remember everything that happened in that room, is that correct?
Yes.
You don't remember everything you said in that room, is that right?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
And you don't remember everything you did in that room, is that right?
Yes, I remember some.
Okay. But you feel that you don't remember everything that happened in that room, is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified, and please correct me if I get this wrong, you testified that you went to sleep and you woke up and you had sex with Janisha, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea how much later it was that you woke up and had sex with Janisha?
No.
Okay. You testified that you were still very intoxicated, correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you don't remember everything that happened at that point in time either?
Yes.
Okay. And, but you felt that this sex with Janisha was consensual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that the person you identified as Mr. McQuarrie was not there when you went to sleep, or the last you remember that night, is that right?
Yes, he wasn't there.
Okay. Who else was there that night that you remember?
It was me, Janisha, and her.
Okay, those are the only people you remember being there that night?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of whether you tend to sleepwalk?
No.
Are you aware? Do you tend to sleepwalk?
No.
Okay. Do you tend to sleep talk?
No.
Okay. Do you tend to move around a lot in your sleep?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that at some point you felt someone giving you oral sex, is that right?
Yes.
And this was in the morning, is that right?
Yes.
And you felt someone giving you oral sex before you saw someone doing that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long so were your eyes were closed at that point?
Yes.
And how long did that go on for that you felt that you were receiving oral sex before seeing anything happening?
Like a few seconds.
Okay. And at that point, you assumed that it was Janisha, is that right?
No.
Okay.
Instantly opened my eyes and I see.
Okay. So you testified that for a few seconds you were receiving oral sex with your eyes closed, correct? Okay. And you don't know who was giving, or at that point you did not know who was giving you oral sex, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you opened your eyes, is that right?
Yes.
And you saw him giving you oral sex?
Yes.
So that's the first thing you saw when you opened your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw that?
I pushed him off of me because when I opened my eyes, he was climbing on top of me, and I pushed him off of me, he ran out there.
So when you open your eyes, was he giving you oral sex or was he on top of you?
Yes, he was giving me oral sex.
So he was not climbing on top of you when you opened your eyes, correct?
Yes.
Well, which was it? Was he giving you oral sex or was he
He was
climbing
giving
on
me
top
oral
of you?
sex when I opened my eyes. Once I felt it, and I opened my eyes, he was giving me oral sex, and then he started climbing on top. And I pushed him off.
And so you testified that you were asleep before you started feeling that you were receiving oral sex, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you? Okay, so you testified that you pushed him off of you, is that right?
Yes.
And he did immediately get off of you when you pushed him, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you overheard, after that, you overheard him saying he was sorry, is that right?
Yes, he came to the room door.
Okay, and, sorry, can you say that again?
He came to the room door.
So at the door of the room, he was saying he was sorry?
Yes, he was standing over her, and he was telling me how he was so sorry, he was sorry.
He was saying he was sorry to you?
Yes.
He was saying that to your face, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he also said that he had felt you grab his butt, is that right?
No.
You don't recall him saying that?
Well, yes, I recall him saying it, but that didn't happen.
Okay, but you do recall him saying that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported this incident that day, on June 9th, is that right?
Yes.
And police officers came out to your house, is that right?
Yes.
And did those police officers at your house instruct you to get a rape kit?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you to get that rape kit done as soon as possible, is that right?
Yes.
So that biological material wouldn't be lost, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, I believe that would go out of this witness's personal knowledge. I also believe that hearsay.
It is.
Judge, it's just for the effect on the listener. It's just for the effect on.
Raise your question.
So you were told to get the rape kit done as soon as possible, is that right?
Still sounds like hearsay.
Well,
But
Judge,
you were told to.
it's just for the effect on the
Raise your
listener.
question.
Okay. Don't know how raising the question would change what I'm asking the question for, but I'll just move on, Judge. You didn't get a rape kit done, is that right?
No.
Okay, you didn't get a rape kit done after those first police officers told you to do so, is that right?
I don't think for reason, whatever.
She answered the question, she didn't get a rape kit.
Okay. Then you went to the police station for another interview, is that right?
Yes, for a statement.
Okay. And you spoke with another detective, is that right?
No, I didn't speak to a detective.
Okay, you spoke with another officer at the police station, is that right?
Yes.
And this was a few days later, is that right?
Yes.
And that police officer also instructed you to get a rape kit, is that right?
Objection. I don't know how there's any knowledge of if that happened or not. If that officer instructed her or told her, I don't believe that that's something that can be in evidence.
I'm not sure I understand your objection.
She's asking if this other officer then told her to do this, but we don't know if that other officer did or did not.
She just said he did.
Was that your answer to the question?
Yes.
That he didn't tell you to do it?
No.
Okay, so only the first officers told you to get a rape kit?
Yes.
Okay. One moment.
Ms. Barron, how long is the moment?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Can you redirect us?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ms. Hudson, the first time that you saw this man at Janice's house, was there anyone else there?
Yes,
Who else was in that home?
her mother.
And what interaction did you see while you were at that house?
And him and her mom was in the kitchen. Yes, her mom was cooking, but that was all. After he left out the kitchen, he left out the house.
Did he leave with anyone?
Yes, he left with my mom.
And did you see any interaction between him and Janisha?
No.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're all set. Thank you. Any other witnesses for the people?
Not enough people.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge.
People?
Your Honor, the people believe that they met the burden in this case through the testimony of Ms. Chanel Hudson that on June 8th of 2023, Ms. Hudson fell asleep at this house on Whitefield in the city of Detroit, Wayne County, that the next morning when she woke up, that it was to the feeling of oral sex on her genital area, and that was hit the defendant's tongue on her genital opening. And yes, the victim did state that she drank a lot that day. But she was able to go through where she was drinking, what she was drinking, what they were doing for that time period, up until the part where she doesn't remember going to sleep. But at that point, she was with the person that she had a romantic relationship with. And she wakes up next to that person. Her and that person have what she considers to be consensual intercourse. She says that she's still feeling a little intoxicated at that point, but then goes back to sleep after putting her own underwear back on. The next time she wakes up, her underwear is off and the defendant is performing oral sex on her. Immediately, as soon as she wakes up, she opens her eyes, she pushes him off of her. That's a clear sign that she is not consenting to that, beyond the point that she also said if she wasn't sleeping, she would not have consented either. And in this case, the people had to prove that the victim was physically helpless, and in the physically helpless jury instruction, sorry, I do have it printed, but it states that she was asleep or unwilling to say yes or no. Physically helpless means that the complainant was unconscious, asleep, or physically unable to communicate that she did not want to take part in the alleged act. I believe that the testimony from this witness is clear that she was unable to say whether or not she would consent to this act as she woke up to it being done to her. And the fact that her underwear was no longer in this bedroom is also an issue as to it going to prove that something did in fact happen, as someone else has taken her underwear out of that bedroom. So based on that, the people do believe that they have met the burden and would ask for a bind over on this.
Ms. Barron?
Judge, I'm objecting to the bind over. This witness, Ms. Hudson, testified that she drank a huge amount of alcohol throughout the course of this day and night. I think She testified that she had at least 19 drinks throughout the course of what sounded like less than 7 hours, Judge. This is a lot of alcohol. It's a pretty small woman who was testifying, and she did testify that she was very intoxicated, that she blacked out, and that she did not know what happened in the room.
How does that help your client?
So Judge, well, she did testify that she was able to consent to sex. She consented to sex with Janisha. The issue was whether she was physically helpless, not whether she was drunk. The issue was whether she was physically helpless.
By your own statement, you said that she had over 19 drinks. She was drunk out of her mind so much to the point that she was passed out and was only awakened allegedly by your client performing oral sex.
If that wasn't the only thing she was awakened by, she was also actively having consensual sex in the bedroom.
The alleged sex with your client was not consensual.
Understood, Judge. So what I'm saying is that Ms. Hudson had so much drink that day that she does not remember exactly what happened that night. She admits that she doesn't remember.
What happened is your client performing oral sex.
But Judge, she doesn't remember everything that happened in the interim. Whether she consented to sex with him at some other point in time, what conversations she had in that bedroom.
Allegedly saying, I'm sorry?
Judge, she reacted, she pushed him off of her. So yes, I think it would be understandable for him to say, I'm sorry after
Tell me why
that,
that's
yes.
not a question of fact.
Judge, I think that Ms. Hudson's credibility is at issue, and the amount that she had to drink would have affected her perception heavily. And
I
that should
think
be
she was
considered by
very
this court.
credible. The court, after hearing the testimony of that very credible witness, Ms. Hudson is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this committed. Kenneth will be bound over to bank on the third circuit court criminal division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time of January 17, 2024 at 9:00 p.m. All of those points that you raised, Mr. Mayor, are free game for trial. That's just it. It's a question of fact to be determined by a trial of fact. This witness indicated that she did not consent to having sex or oral sex or any kind of sex with your client. That when she woke up and she pushed him off, he ran out of the room, and then at a later point in time apologized, tried to apologize for presumably what he did. So again, that's a question of fact to be determined by a trial. This court is satisfied.
Understood, Judge, and if we could be heard on bond.
This is
So Judge, Mr. McQuarrie's bond is right now 100,000 cash. The DSU report did come back. It did recommend a bond reduction to 50,000, 10%. We are asking for a bond reduction in this case. We certainly think that one is appropriate. Mr. McQuarrie has lived in the same residence for the past 9 years. He has a very supportive family. I've been communicating with his son during Mr. McQuarrie's time in jail. And I will point out, very importantly, Judge, these allegations, of course, stem from an incident in June. He was not charged until December. Mr. McQuarrie continued to go to his probation. He was aware that there would be potential charges against him. Wayne County probation.
Probation for what?
For obstruction of justice in 2022. So Mr. McQuarrie is not a flight risk. He continued to go to his probation, following the rules of the court, following the rules of Wayne County. And during the time from June to December, he's of course not been a danger to the community, not been fleeing anywhere. And during that time, he's shown that he should be out on a reasonable bond. And we request a personal bond.
Your Honor, I provided Ms. Barron with a newspaper article. I did print it for the court, but it's missing a very relevant paragraph. But there's a Macomb Daily report about the obstruction of justice, and I believe it is relevant as to the defendant's probability of being a flight risk. He's currently on probation, yes, for obstruction of justice, but that obstruction of justice stems from his son, who committed a heinous murder and was found with his father in another state. So he was found
or he pled guilty to the obstruction of justice in Ohio, and that probation is then moved back to Michigan because that's where he was residing. But the fact that this man is willing to transport his son right after a murder, that goes to show that he is a huge flight risk. If he's willing to do that on that case, I believe that he'd be willing to flee the state on this case. So I'd ask the bond remain as is.
Judge, that's not what the article says. I was able to review the article that the government turned over. The article simply says that Mr. McQuarrie was found in a car with his son at the time. Judge, the
In another
circumstances
state?
in another state.
Don't leave that part out.
Understood, Judge. So the circumstances of that particular arrest and the conviction that Mr. McQuarrie did plead guilty to, again, is serving his time, doing his probation for, was that his son did commit this murder. Mr. McQuarrie actually had no knowledge of that at all. He was contacted by a relative.
So he's on probation here?
He's on probation here, was transferred here. That's right, Judge.
Did they violate it? In this case?
I am not aware of violation. I would assume that one might come for the new arrest, but I'm not aware of any other violation. Mr. McQuarrie was actually doing very well in his probation. He was up to be terminated early from probation. He was able to, of course, but he was because of because he was.
I'm wondering if I would be doing him a disservice by putting him in a personal bond. Because he would be given credit for time served.
Well, Judge, there is no violation at this point. And I think it's very likely that we'll
This
be able.
violation is picking up a new case while in probation.
Yes, but I think it's very likely that we'll be able to get a personal bond on a new violation. On a violation. So we are asking for a personal bond.
Is he on the tethering?
No.
I think.
And Judge, I could go deeper into the details of the other case. I honestly don't even think they're particularly relevant. Mr. McQuarrie took a misdemeanor plea for that particular occasion. That was clearly what the court found appropriate. And again, he is doing his sentence for that.
I think the $100,000 cash bond is excessive. We're going to reduce the bond to $100,000, 10% with the GPS tethering.
And Judge, I would ask for your honor to just consider the DSU's recommendation of 50,000, 10%.
I told you what I'm going to do, 100,000, 10% GPS tethering, take it over. Take it.
Yes.
Exception. 1,000, 10%. GPS. I'm sorry. All right, thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
See what you got in mind. You got paperwork on major? Or no? No. Get this to you first, Your Honor. Hmm? Say what, sir? Oh.
Well, that concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time.